Alrighty, y'all. Welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Glad to see you guys on in here. So far, we got Mary Pez as well as Brody and SPC Lafayette Jim. How close are we? Glad to have you guys here for another live stream, and everyone else who may just be watching and not chatting. Glad to have you here as well. This is going to be a live weather briefing / coverage. We're going to do a little bit of a mix of both. We're really going to talk about what we're anticipating to occur today, and if storms manage to fire, we will do a little bit of coverage here. But the main coverage is so far scheduled to be tonight, probably right around the realms of 8 o'clock Eastern. So I want to do a briefing for y'all to go right ahead and see the new outlook here in 18 minutes. It was a last second decision. So let's go right ahead and switch on over to our main scene. We are good to go. Also, Legacy, welcome to the stream, as well as Brian and Marcus. Glad to have y'all here. So, we have an enhanced risk for severe weather today, as most of you guys hopefully know. We already have some thunderstorm development that might occur out here near the tornado watch area, move into that favorable environment. We do have a tornado watch, like I just said, here in that purple, and we've had a severe thunderstorm watch out for hours now up in my neck of the woods, nearly the entire state of Virginia, with the exclusion of one singular county up here. Well, and also the western side too. I didn't even notice that, but nearly the entire state of Virginia, very close to the entire state of Virginia, under that severe thunderstorm watch. So that hasn't done anything too over the top. Quite a widespread amount of severe storms, but you know, most of them have been for around the realms of 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds being a possibility. I haven't seen anything greater than that just yet. Maybe there may have been a few, about 1.25, maybe 1.5-inch hail. But I haven't seen anything too over the top out here, but I have been monitoring it. And like I said, of course, we have that tornado watch that is in effect. And there's no thunderstorm development right now, which is really good news. But like I said, we'll probably either start to see it, or we are beginning to see the beginning stages here of thunderstorm development. You can see we're expecting initiation right about the time frame of 5, maybe pushing 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here. So I'm expecting those storms to pop off rather quickly, and they should carry mostly a hail and wind threat, but you can see the tornado threat is present, hence why we have that tornado watch in effect. It is a 40-20 chance for tornadoes to occur inside this watch area. It's a 40% chance for 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance that one of them are significant. So we'll be able to keep an eye on this area. Of course, we'll see what unfolds, and definitely looks like quite the big day here today for severe weather. Again, you can see that hail threat is probably going to be the main threat. Hail threat, wind threat, and then the tornado threat's the lowest. Most of these will most likely, be brief spin-up tornadoes, but later on today, we could be seeing the potential for a couple significant, maybe even near long-track tornadoes, which will probably be right around the Kansas-Nebraska area. You can see ever since we were live yesterday, they've upgraded the majority of that region to enhanced risk due to morning surface observational trends that show a way more favorable environment for all hazards towards Nebraska and Kansas, including the potential for significant tornadoes. I wouldn't rule out one significant tornado possibly being long-tracked. We'll see what happens today. These storms are most likely going to have more of a north-northeastward motion to them due to the low pressure, which should be up here. So they should be moving more northeast, north-northeast, generally that direction. We'll see what happens. We'll see if any end up being significant or not, but it definitely looks like quite the big day for severe weather. I do believe most of the models, with the exception of the NAM model, are downplaying this event. One of the major models that is very notorious for being accurate, actually, I believe, is significantly underdoing the amount of convection we are going to see inside that 10 sig zone. You can see the HRRR shows a very much widespread rain shower moving through that 10 sig tornado risk here for today out there in Kansas and Nebraska. I'm not expecting that. I'm expecting multiple discrete to semi-discrete supercells, all capable of all hazards, and multiple tornadoes being a possibility, with a couple significant tornadoes being possible as well, hence that 10 sig risk. So we'll see what unfolds. It's definitely a very conditional risk, so we could very well end up with this scenario where we see barely much of any tornadic activity today. However, that scenario is slim, but it is still present. So hopefully we end up with something that like the HRRR is showing there. And you can see our other storms fire here at about 7, 8 o'clock. So I'm expecting to be live right about 6:30, maybe pushing 7 o'clock for our main severe weather coverage. And yeah, again, this is going to be more of a briefing for severe weather today. I'm not expecting this to be too long. Maybe around what we'll probably call it quits, either at like 4:30 or 5:30, one or the other. So not expecting to be a long live stream today, at least for the briefing portion of it. Like I said, though, we'll be doing a very extensive live coverage tonight. There's a chance that we are live from 7 o'clock all the way until 2, possibly pushing 3 a.m., depending on how these storms unfold. I'm going to have multiple caffeine drinks ready to go, and I hope I'm going to have somebody to help me out on this live stream, but I know a lot of people have school tomorrow, so we'll see if I even get any help tonight. So definitely seems like quite the big threat for severe weather. We might play it by ear, so there's 2 different chances for live streams. There's a chance that we are live straight from 6, 7 o'clock all the way until 2, 3 a.m. Or there's a chance I am live from, say, 6, 7 o'clock all the way till 9, 10 p.m. Then we call coverage there and just monitor the threat overnight and see if it's needed of a live stream or not. So there's 2 different scenarios for our live streams on this channel or not. We'll see which one we end up going with. The area of most uncertainty for today is by far Oklahoma. There is so much uncertainty in Oklahoma. It is quite ridiculous. So we'll see if anything manages to fire in Oklahoma. Like I said before, you'll notice that enhanced risk has been pulled way off to the north because of those morning observation trends there. So no enhanced risk in effect anywhere in Oklahoma or Texas anymore. That has been completely shifted and significantly expanded northward, again, for tornadoes and hail. We have that 30 sig hail still in place. I'm expecting the potential for near or around 3-inch hail today in and around that 30 sig area, as well as this 15 sig area. What does the SPC say? Yeah, up to 3-inch hail likely. Wow. 3-inch hail. Wait, hold on. Scattered large hail and isolated very large hail. 3-inch. Wow. So 3-inch hail likely. Okay. It's not often you see that one. I wanted to make sure I read that because typically it's like, like I said yesterday, 2-inch hail likely with 3-inch hail possible. But nah, this is up there, and it's only a 60-60, so interesting. With that type of wording, I would expect like a 90-80 or like a 90-70 for the hail threat out of that watch. So quite surprised that the text is that strong with such a low, or I should say mid-tier hail threat there on that watch probability. This is one in Virginia. Main threat, really wind with isolated hail. So wind threat's the main issue there, which, by the way, that's 70% chance of 60-mile-an-hour winds, 10 events of 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we have a much better chance of seeing between 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds than we do 70. So I wouldn't rule out like a single report of near 70-mile-an-hour winds here, but we're really not expecting 70-mile-an-hour winds out there. And then this is our wind threat for today. We did get an upgrade to enhanced out here for areas like Kearney, Nebraska, down through Russell, Kansas. Now, my target area for today was just north of Wichita. It was up here near the Concordia area. Honestly, my new target area would probably be considerably more west, like out towards one of these towns here, just because you want to be right where those storms fire. So models change considerably overnight. Yeah, so I would probably go all the way far west as Scott City out there to see if storms fire that far west. So I would be far out there. I wouldn't be, at my original target area. I'd be considerably further off to the west. And as for something else here, I want to check spotters, believe it or not. I want to see what these show. That's quite a few spotters. Yikes. That's quite a lot of. So this is like nearly the active storm chasers out there. normal people who are, really active and frequently checking the weather. They're really not going to be on spotter networks so much. So, those red dots, those are like, there may be a chaser who forgot to log in that they're chasing on spotter network and, put the auto update GPS coordinates. But when you have them at like every 5 minutes, the last 5 minutes, and there's like a big group of them like this, and as well as some down here. Typically, those are going to be storm chasers and not like your average, your average just check the weather here real quick, type of people. So those are probably chasers, or at least generally most of those are chasers. And then Oklahoma City, those are probably all, just people who logged into Spotter Network. But this has been the last 5 minutes, so I like to look at these just to see where all the chaser convergence is. And you can see if we just zoom out, that the majority are actually up here near that severe watch, as well as a bunch out here in the plains in the last 60 minutes. And these are just overall spotter networks, so it doesn't mean that all these dots are people chasing by any means. It just means these are people who logged on and updated their coordinates on spotter network. So most of these people, this is probably a few people hear rumbles of thunder out here near like York, Pennsylvania, and they go on spotter network and they're like, wait a second, there's a severe storm to my south, maybe I should chase that. And then same goes for out here. You can tell that there's something about to go down over here because there's so many people online. That's not too typical for spotter network. That is not too typical. But we did just get the 18Z, the 18Z HRRR in here, and it really shows the exact same thing. So, like I said, we'll just, did the new Outlook come out? Yeah, but anyways, we'll just see, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Sorry, I got distracted, so I completely forgot what I was saying right there. I thought I missed the Outlook. I was like, did it come out like 2 hours ago? No, that was the satellite imagery was down, so it was Outlook from earlier this morning. Let's see here. Storms firing to my west in PA. Interrupted playing catch with my kid. Oh, man. No. In Western PA? There's not a whole lot in Western Pennsylvania. There's definitely a few, I can tell you that, in like southeastern Pennsylvania. There's a few strong to severe storms. But not so much in, except for like this area here, there's really not much other storm activity in Pennsylvania. Make sure, yeah, you guys are on the right scene. I didn't even check that in the last 15 minutes. I did not even check that. It's very conditional in Indiana. So if we manage to see a tornado, there's a high chance that it's going to be significant. And if it manages to touch the ground, then there's probably a decent chance that it's going to be long tracked. So if a tornado can get going, I believe that is going to be when our significant tornado threat occurs. So it just depends on if there's like areas of rotation or not. So if there's like storms that are beginning to rotate, then yeah, that tornado threat's going to be very high, 10 sig. Right around that realm. But if we don't see those decent storms fire and those semi-discrete storms fire, that tornado threat could be near none for today. So two completely different scenarios. We could see either one of the more notable tornado outbreaks today, or we could see absolutely nothing. So it's really a tricky, very, very tricky forecast. But yeah, strong tornadoes definitely on the table for sure. Monday, yeah, or rather Tuesday still looks like the significant day. Models have significantly uptrended on that. We have a 10 sig for tomorrow already. I would not be shocked whatsoever to see that go 15 sig, especially for some of these storms. I mean, you've got 2 rounds of semi-discrete tornadoes, or semi-discrete storms with the potential of all hazards, including strong tornadoes. So I would not be shocked whatsoever to see a moderate risk get issued out towards like the Iowa City, Davenport area. I wouldn't be shocked whatsoever if we see a moderate out there for tornadoes, because the potential for tomorrow looks considerably higher because it seems like storms are going to be able to fire. But one thing that could really deteriorate that threat is all this. You see all this? A lot of that is convection, and then over the amount of time, some of it turns into more decent storms. So tomorrow is still an iffy, a bit of an iffy day. because we don't know exactly how much convection is going to fire behind these storms. But I would not be shocked whatsoever if tomorrow goes moderate. I would not be surprised. With all the model agreements showing stuff like this, the HRRR, the NAM, nearly every model run shows near the scenario that the HRRR and NAM shows. I can't give you how many tornadoes are going to happen tomorrow because I don't know at all, but here's your probabilities. You can see there's plenty of room for a moderate risk to be added here. And honestly, I expect this to shift more to the northeast when they issue the outlook tomorrow. We'll see how dead wrong I am. And like I said, wouldn't be shocked to see a moderate somewhere there as well. And you can see that big 10 sig tornado risk. So if you're in and around that 10 sig, or even in that 5% or even 2%, any of the shaded colors, all the way here from east of Dallas, all the way up towards the Rochester, Minnesota area, make sure you're hyper weather aware, but more specifically, if you are in that 5% and that 10 sig risk, that's where our highest threat for tornadoes are tomorrow, and then really pinpointing it inside that 10 sig. But this outlook's going to change tomorrow, but, you know, of course, this is going to be the best that we have. Best that we have because it's the SPC. Let's see here. And then as for Wednesday, severe weather is most likely going to continue into Wednesday as well. You can see that broad slight risk for severe weather as we anticipated here on this channel. I told you guys I'd be quite surprised if we didn't see a slight risk on that day 3, and guess what? We do. So, yeah, there's that large slight risk for severe weather. Is it significant? It is not significant. So just a broad 15% chance of overall severe weather. Most likely, we're going to see the threat for a couple instances of damaging winds, some isolated large hail, and a few brief tornadoes will also be most likely a possibility out here. Thankfully, it seems like Wednesday has downtrended at the moment, but on newer model runs, we'll see the 18Z HRRR here. It seems like we may be having another uptrend, so we'll see what happens. Thank you for subscribing, Design. Much appreciated. So let me go ahead and see the 18Z's fully rendered in here. And yeah, it's still on that downtrend. Yeah, it still doesn't look like anything over the top at all for Wednesday, so I'm not concerned for Wednesday right now with like the potential of widespread tornadic development like I am for today and tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But right now, I'm not overly concerned for the tornado potential on Wednesday. Yeah, I just looked at the NAM, Marcus. So yeah, there's your, again, your tornado probabilities today. I do want to quickly check here, make sure we're not seeing any initiation. Yeah, you can see there's no solid convection here. This stuff's just rain showers, so the general area of initiation we're looking for over the next 2 hours is going to be right here. If we see any thunderstorm development outside of that, then that's not really what we were anticipating because we're expecting storms to fire here and then move up northeast like this. And then, of course, you have that large enhanced risk for severe weather that's in place as well. So, like I said, it doesn't matter what shade color you're in here. If you're in a marginal, if you're in that enhanced, slight risk, you need to be hyper weather aware. Now, I will say this marginal risk right here is a lot lower of a threat than, per se, this, of course. But the whole gist is it doesn't matter what shaded color you're in. Make sure you're hyper weather aware. But, you know, of course, if you're in that enhanced risk, you're going to have a higher chance of seeing tornadoes than the slight risk. It's just, like I said, make sure that you're weather aware regardless of what color risk you live in here. Let's see here. All right, so that new outlook is in. They still kept that 10 sig tor. Oh, they added, did they add anything new here? I don't think they added anything. Let's go check this real quick. Flash due page. This is the new outlook that we're looking at right now on this site. And it doesn't look like much has changed to me. But we're going to go look at probabilities just in case. Text products. We're going to go over here. Yep, still enhanced risk, still 10 sig tor, still 30 sig hail, and still 30% wind. So it doesn't seem like anything's changed there whatsoever. Let me look at the discussion, see if they've changed that at all. Yeah, that's 20, 20, 20. Yeah, so those are all the updated probabilities. Nothing's changed right now. This is their discussion. There's an enhanced risk for severe storms across portions of the central Great Plains and the central and eastern portion of Virginia, as well as into eastern Maryland. Scattered thunderstorms are likely across portions of the Great Plains, beginning mainly this evening and continuing into the overnight hours. Several tornadoes, a large to very large hail, and damaging wind gusts are all appear possible. Strong tornadoes may occur this evening across portions of Kansas and Nebraska. Let's see. Few forecast changes are needed based on the latest observations and recent short guidance trends. And let's see here. Northern moisture return continues. Steady pressure fall continues as well. Convective initiation is anticipated in the coming hours across portions of the risk region. Let's see here. Okay. I didn't really see much changed. Let's see here. I didn't see too much changed. Hold on. I mean, it still looks the same to me. Maybe they did change something. Let's see. Okay, that's still the 1630 outlook, so that one hasn't updated yet. I didn't see much changed. So we'll see. Did the enhanced risk move north out of Oklahoma from a few days ago? Sure did, just like Sarah said there. It sure did. So you can see there's no longer any enhanced risk in Oklahoma. Oklahoma has the biggest uncertainty right now. You have the risk for all hazards, with the greatest risk by a milestone being hail, followed by tornadoes. But really, there's like nothing shows, like no model runs agree. No model runs agree. Some models show nothing happening. Other models show supercells forming, and then others show a weak line. So there's really nothing that is in agreement whatsoever. So I just stay hyper weather aware, but it doesn't seem like we're anticipating much out here right now. The main areas by far, there's really 3 target areas today. You've got the northern edge right at that low pressure. Probably the highest tornado threat right out here, as well as the tornado watched area. So those are really your 3 main target areas. And you can see that only a very small portion, because of that tornado watch, only a very small portion of Oklahoma is inside that watch area and where I would possibly be chasing today. There's no 50% wind. Do you mean 15%, Marcus? Because that probability does not exist, and I don't believe it's ever existed before. I know way back when we had a 30%. That was a very long time ago. Like, years ago. But a 50%, yeah. I'm sure you meant 15 and not 50. There's no new probabilities other than is that might be new. We'll see. I'm going to compare the 2 outlooks in just a moment whenever this next satellite frame loads, which should be in just a second here. But I mean, it looks the same to me. It looks the exact same to me. Yeah, the 30% wind, yeah, that's been there. Both 30% have been there. Both of those 30% have been there. So, yeah, like I said, we've got that enhanced risk for severe weather surrounded by that slight risk, and then your marginal risk as well. And we do have another enhanced risk out here towards Virginia. Storms are now moving into that enhanced risk area. So we'll see how strong those cells are. Again, another area of uncertainty for today is this area here, because a lot of models don't have convection firing in this region, which includes my area. So we'll see. There's a lot of uncertainties today. But if storms manage to get going, there's a good chance they'll have an all hazards threat, especially out in this area. In this area, if they get going, it's really going to be a hail and a wind threat. And that's about it. We're not expecting any tornado threat whatsoever out there. I don't believe there's even a 2%. Yeah, there's not even a 2% out there. So, yeah. If you guys could real quick, make sure you hit that like button. About half of y'all have hit that like button. It goes to really spread this information to more people. And if you have anybody or know anybody inside the risk areas, which there's a lot of people under the gun, so if you could share them the live stream, it's greatly appreciated. And if you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button because we'll be doing live coverage for most likely a long time tonight. I just got moved into the marginal. You did? Yeah, they probably changed that a bit considering there's more. There's more a thunderstorm development there. There's more thunderstorm development, so we'll see. I'm waiting to see the new, the comparison, because you can compare the two on a certain frame on this product, and right now it's not in just yet. I'm confused about, to be in a watch. It's bright and sunny, less instability is building, so it depends on where you are. Out here in Indiana, Indiana out here, I should say. This area, there's a lot of uncertainty on exactly what's going to happen, so there's probably quite a good amount of sunny skies out there. You know what I am seeing is CU field develop right now. Look at this. Look at this. So this is the this is most likely the beginning stages of our risk here. So you can see, oh, they actually pushed that slight risk further down to the south. So you can see how they included me inside that slight risk now. That marginal was extended more to the south. The enhanced risk was extended more to the northeast and also more to the southwest. So this is the beginning stages of thunderstorm development right here. That's the beginning stages of thunderstorm development. Eastern Kentucky, you're not inside a watch. No county in Eastern Kentucky is inside a watch. And then we could go up here and you guys can see how this outlook changed. So yeah, you can see that enhanced risk. Let me zoom out some more so we can see it a bit better. So yeah, enhanced risk. Wow, this whole eastern risk was completely expanded. More to the north, more to the south. So that was completely expanded in all directions but west. So look at that. So that's quite a notable expansion out there. But what about for this risk? Because this is the one that I didn't see much change. It looks like they barely shrunk the slight risk just the tiniest bit. Look at that. You see just the tiniest little wiggle in that. Just the tiniest bit. So that didn't change too much. And that's what I was focused on. I didn't even look out there, and I didn't even think they'd change anything there. Yeah, you can see the tornado probabilities haven't changed at all. Yeah, they're still the same. Oh, wait. We got a little wiggle of the 5%, a little bit more north. And slightly more to the south. Just the tiniest micro scale changes on the outlook. The tiniest bit. And then the hail probabilities have remained the same here. You can see, again, just a little wiggle and the slight risk just extended there. And the wind probabilities remain the same, at least in the main risk area. You can see, again, it changed out here. So just the smallest changes to our outlook for severe weather. Let me go check our mesoscale discussions. That's something I haven't looked at too much today. So they have a 60% chance of a watch being issued out here. Severe thunderstorm watch. Let me switch all over here. So here's our MCD. They have a 60% chance of the need of a severe thunderstorm watch to be issued out here as storms are possibly beginning to fire up. You can see a little bit of convection going up there in Nebraska, but not anything too over the top. Here's what that discussion says. We're not going to read too much of it. A severe thunderstorm watch may be needed soon. Otherwise, a watch is more likely later on this afternoon and evening when stronger lift overspreads the region. So we'll see if they end up issuing that watch. And then we have another MCD out here for the remainder, or most of the remainder of that slight risk. 60% chance here as well. Severe thunderstorm potential may increase over the next couple of hours from far southern Indiana into portions of central and eastern Kentucky. So we'll see if they end up issuing that watch as well. Some uncertainties exist in the timing and the western extent of this severe weather potential. The MCD area will continue to be monitored for the possibility of a watch issuance over the next few hours. Which you can see, we're not seeing any thunderstorm development out there just yet. But again, same case with out there in North Carolina and Virginia. So a bit more zoomed in here. Those are some big towers starting to go up out there in North Carolina and far southern Virginia. And then out here in Kentucky, there's not a whole lot. You see maybe a bit of a CU field trying to develop in eastern Kentucky over West Virginia. Matter of fact, you can see some of those thunderstorms have really started to develop out in that area from that cumulus field. So main area to really watch out here is, of course, going to be these storms as they trail into that enhanced risk for severe weather. And then to see how much additional storm development we see right along that, quite notable towering that's ongoing. Is the enhanced risk for storms that are showing development now. So the main enhanced risk out there towards like the plains, there's not any main severe development. We have some development in that slight risk area, and the tip of the northern extent of the enhanced is in an MCD for the possibility of a watch. But the main enhanced risk still doesn't have any initiation, and really we shouldn't see a whole lot until later on tonight, probably around the 7 o'clock time frame. And then out here, towards this enhanced risk. We already have storms. We're not really anticipating additional development at the enhanced risk area, but rather storms that are firing up per se out here and over here, and like I showed you guys down here as well, those moving on into that enhanced risk for severe weather. And that's really, that enhanced risk was really added for these storms that are heading there right now that should intensify. Main threat being widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds, possibility of an isolated 65-mile-an-hour wind gust is present. And I think, yeah, 15% chance of small hail, and maybe an isolated hail event up to 1.5 inches in diameter, and then no tornado threat present, or at least less than 2% tornado threat. Less than 2%. So we'll continue to watch this area for initiation to occur. Out here in Texas, we actually have a rain shower getting going out here. I wonder if that's going to be able to sustain, possibly. I don't know exactly how favorable the environment is at this exact moment. I imagine it's not too favorable. Yeah, you can see some rain showers there, so we might see initiation here shortly inside that watch area. Again, here's our newest model run, which shows 5 o'clock. Those rain showers just move on up to the Vernon area and don't do anything. And then again, our main area of initiation should be down here towards like the Big Spring area in Texas. And then we'll shift our focus up here towards Kansas, where we should see some, most likely some rapid convection develop around 7, 8 o'clock Eastern. And then by the time we get towards the midnight hours here, we should see additional storm development in Kansas. And that will probably be our main threat for severe weather. But like I said, the HRRR is really, I don't believe the HRRR is handling that convection well at all. So it appears that we do have a possible severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued out here for portions of Pennsylvania. This has just been upgraded to a tornado possible 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds up here for the Stewartstown area. Now, we don't have any solid radar coverage up here. I mean, I can't really see much with that because the radar is so far away, but that is a possible severe, so if you're inside this severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and stay close to your safe spot just in case this is upgraded to a warning, a tornado warning later down the line. Again, this is in the Stewartstown area of southeastern Pennsylvania. And everything else is just normal severe, so that's actually quite a unique one. That's our first possible of the day. So I'm not really trusting any radars here at all. I'm not trusting that. Those aren't storms firing in Tulsa. These are just rain showers. These are your pretty much in Oklahoma everyday rain showers. These are not going to be severe or strong. That is just a bunch of what we call crapvection, which is actually something that could minimize the threat for overall severe weather in Oklahoma. You can see how those rain showers are just going to pass on through and do literally nothing. So, yeah. Welcome, Jake. Glad to see you in the stream, and everyone else who's in here. Checking in from southeastern Iowa, waiting for tomorrow. Yeah, Eric, tomorrow's going to be quite a, it's going to be quite a rough one, unfortunately. We've got that enhanced risk for severe weather. Southeastern Iowa's really in the middle of that. Unfortunately, tornado threat is your primary threat there, followed by hail as well as wind. So you're looking at supercells. You're looking at supercells being a big issue. And there could be multiple rounds as well tomorrow. So if you get hit by one storm, don't let your guard down. And if you get hit by 5 storms, still wait until you're no longer inside that watch area if one is issued. 95% chance of a watch being issued here shortly by around the realms of 2122Z, which is going to be 5 p.m., 6 p.m. Eastern. You can see Zulu time right there. UTC is Zulu time. So we'll be monitoring that. That MCD is going to be for a very large chunk of Nebraska and extreme north central Kansas. Let me go ahead and show y'all that. So here's that. Actually, you know what? I could show you guys on this program. There you go. Wow. Big MCD. Big MCD. So 95% chance that we see a tornado watch to be issued out in this location here. Let's read the discussion on this here. Robust destabilization is underway across the plains with rapid moisture advection occurring across Nebraska. Low 60 dew points are now into southern Nebraska with mid 60 dew points across much of central and eastern Kansas. SPC mesoanalysis shows initiation, or this is inhibition, has now most likely eroded, which is your capping, by the way. That's SIN. Yeah, that's SIN there. So your capping is most likely completely eroded. Within the next 2 hours, watch will be needed. Let's see here. The lower level wind profile will be favorable for tornadoes, but limited moisture may hinder this threat during the afternoon period. So it's probably going to take just a little bit to get this stuff going here. During the late and overnight hours, lower limited moisture may hinder the threat. Let's see here. Increasing moisture ascent should lead to a more widespread convection and greater tornado threat, particularly as the lower level jet intensifies after sunset, which is what we were talking about, really, after midnight. Really after midnight. That looks to be the biggest threat, but we'll see, because it could be sooner than that. So what they're, the main reason for this MCD, the main reason for it is if you look at your satellite imagery here, which is right there. Again, there's a CU field developing. So you can see that CU field developing, basically meaning that thunderstorm development is probably going to occur shortly. Most of the time when you see a CU field develop like that, most of the time it's about an hour, maybe at most 2 hours before storms fire. And that's exactly what the SPC noted. They're like, okay, this CU field's really starting to go up. We know that the capping has lifted, basically meaning that storms can just fire away whenever that forcing mechanism arrives, which will really be later on tonight. But we're probably going to see some, like I said, some thunderstorm development before that as well. So that's why we're going to be seeing a watch here shortly out here, which we should see a watch. I would be blown away if we do not see a tornado watch here with the ingredients that are in this environment for today. So you also see a lot of cloud cover out here in Oklahoma and Texas. Today, cloud cover shouldn't be that much of an issue. We're looking for a few peaks of cloud cover here in a bit, but honestly, cloud cover is really going to be aiding in the severe potential for later on today. It's going to prohibit overmixing from occurring. So whenever you have that temperature dew point spread too far from each other, for instance, yesterday when we covered our, quote, tornado threat, that temperature spread was nearly at 30 degrees. It was like 45 over like 75. It was a little bit over 20 and near 30 degrees. That's too much. That means the tornado threat's going to be very, very, very limited and a very low chance for tornadoes. So what this is going to do, your moisture is increasing. If we had the sun shining out here and we didn't have this cloud cover, those temperatures would be rising rapidly. So you'd probably get temps, probably into the 90s, probably into the low to mid 90s out here if you didn't have cloud cover. But because we have cloud cover, we'll probably see temps into the low 80s with the dew points into the high 60s, which is right at that sweet level of 10-degree dew point and temperature spread for tornadic development to occur. So that's why we're under a tornado watch out here, because we should have the potential for a couple tornadoes being a possibility in that purple watch box area, which, by the way, I'm not sure when that watch is valid till. It's valid until 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central in that purple area. That is your watch. And then I know we have some people out here from Virginia inside this severe thunderstorm watch. Like I said, we're seeing some storms. I wonder if we can see this from the Blacksburg radar. Yep, you sure can. So we're seeing some storms fire up in North Carolina. We should see some additional storm development begin out here towards the Blacksburg and Galax regions west of Roanoke. That's going to progress off to the east. Maybe the southeast general motion should be east-southeast today. So if you have storms fire, which we're having storms fire a lot up here towards Richmond, and they move out towards your general location, that's where that severe threat's going to be present the most, and that's exactly what we're seeing out here in our enhanced risk area. So here's your enhanced risk for severe weather for today. We've got that enhanced risk right here with a large slight risk around that and a large green marginal risk around that. So we've got quite the large threat for severe weather. And again, the tornado threat with all of that is very low. Very, very low. Let's see. Denison, Texas. Let me go ahead and see real quick. Let's see here. So Denison, Texas is going to be outside the watch. So let's see. What categorical risk are you in? You are inside the marginal. You'll be good. You are good to go. You are good to go. Just, you know, there may be an isolated lightning strike or boom of thunder late tonight, but you will be good. Very, very, very low threat. Very low. Nothing to worry about at all. So we're starting to see a bit of rain showers develop out here, but they're really not able to get a hold of that environment, so they're just firing and then dying right out. That will be a different scenario out here for Nebraska. So we'll see what happens out here in Nebraska. Like I said, we have a 95% chance of seeing a watch to be issued out in this red mesoscale discussion, this red border outlined here over Grand Isle, Valentine. Make sure you guys are ready for a tornado watch to come through. Once that tornado watch does come through, what that means is that the ingredients are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, and that you should be hyper weather aware. And again, you can see that CU field developing, which is the extreme early stages of severe weather starting to go up out here in Nebraska and Kansas. So we'll keep a very, very close eye on that. Let's see here. Let's see. I will check for you real quick. I don't exactly know where that is in Kansas. So, yeah, that area is included in the MCD, so you definitely want to be hyper weather aware for... wait, is that Kansas or Nebraska? My bad. Hold on a second. Let's check. Okay, you're in Kansas. You may barely be inside that MCD, actually. Hold on, let's check. You're either barely in it or barely out of it. Wait for it to turn on here. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is right to your north. So the first round might not impact you at all. So you'll probably be in the clear for a while. Which, let me just show you the simulated reflectivity here of what we're anticipating. So these storms that are going to fire here shortly in Nebraska, you can see they're probably going to fire well off to your northwest. But then we'll have a second round that develops very, very, very later on tonight out towards the western portions of Kansas. And you can see there it fires up. So that's what you'll have to watch out for, which unfortunately is probably going to be about 2 a.m. Very late tonight, extremely early tomorrow. That is 2 a.m. Eastern, by the way, so that's probably going to be 1 a.m. Central. St. Louis area for tomorrow, you definitely want to be hyper weather aware because you're in a risk for severe weather, but the main risk should be off to your north. So yeah, you're in a slight risk for severe weather. So I would definitely be weather aware. All hazards are on the table for sure. So keep a very close eye out on it. Storms should begin to impact or at least be very close to the St. Louis area around the timing of 4 p.m. tomorrow. Coffee, thank you for the $10 super sticker there. That is greatly, greatly appreciated. Saying thank you. You're welcome. And I'm glad to have you in the stream. Glad to have you on in here. Southwestern Arkansas. So your threat's tomorrow, or actually, yeah, your threat is tomorrow. So it depends on exactly where you are. You can see here, slight risk, marginal risk. If you're in the slight risk, you want to be weather aware, and even if you're in the marginal weather aware, a main threat by milestone will be hail if any storms do manage to fire. So just be keeping an eye out for some isolated hail tomorrow afternoon. Omaha, Nebraska. So that is going to be up here towards, of course, Nebraska. Your threat's probably going to be very, very late tonight, early tomorrow morning. You're in a slight risk for both today and tomorrow. So your threat's going to be dead middle of the night tonight. Like we are talking pretty much tomorrow morning. You may have a few isolated storms late tonight, about 11 p.m., 12 a.m., but your main risk will most likely be tomorrow morning at about 9, 10 a.m. So really tomorrow morning looks to be your main threat, right around there. Yep, I will be live tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow, that is for sure. So for you, Girl Dev, tomorrow you're in the clear, but Wednesday you are in a risk for severe weather. The main risk for that will probably be damaging winds with isolated hail and maybe a brief weak tornado. Those will be your main hazards, but main threat would most likely end up being hail and wind. The tornado threat should be fairly low out there. Chicago, that threat is tomorrow. Tomorrow night for Chicago. Isolated tornado can't be ruled out, but main threat by a milestone is wind, followed by the potential for isolated hail upwards of about an inch in diameter. So late tomorrow looks to be Chicago's threat. I don't know if the model run is going to go out that far. Yeah, you're looking at about 10, 11 p.m. tomorrow night for Chicago. Kansas City, Missouri. So your threat tomorrow, once again, probably a bit more in the early hours, the early afternoon hours here. You're looking at noon, literally right at noon, 1 p.m. for the main threat for severe weather. Thankfully, you are not in the highest threat. Hail threat looks to be your biggest issue, and that's about it. A brief tornado and a brief wind gust can't be ruled out, but the main risk is hail out there. But the tornado threat is very low, very low. Tomorrow, Fort Worth, I think you're in the clear, actually. I think tonight you have a better chance at severe weather. Yeah, so late tonight you have a risk for isolated severe storms, or I should say isolated strong storms. Um, yeah, all hazards on the table, but it's all very, very, very low end. Very low end, so I would not be worried whatsoever. Storms should be rapidly weakening by the time they get to you, which will be right around the realms of... at 10, 11 p.m. And then maybe more storms about 3 a.m. But it should be very, very, very weak. Very, very weak. Southwest Virginia is in the clear. I believe you're out here. So if you are out here, where I believe you're located, you're in the clear. But if you're in, pretty much if you're in that watch area, that's where you need to be hyper weather aware, which goes all the way from West Virginia, all the way through Yalax, Martinsville, Danville, back out towards Virginia Beach, all the way up towards Dover, Delaware, and into Maryland. Yeah, outlook tomorrow, you're really in the clear. You are in the clear out there in Fort Worth. When does the main event start for tomorrow? So we're probably going to have a risk for tornadoes in the morning hours. The threat really isn't going to stop once it gets going tonight. It's really not going to stop. You're going to consistently have severe weather all over the risk area, and it's probably not going to stop until Wednesday. But the main threat tomorrow should develop right about 3 p.m. is what I'm looking at. About 3 p.m. So I would be hyper weather aware if I'm inside the risk area tomorrow as well. Or today, of course. Still no thunderstorm development out here. Further to the south, we might have a rain shower starting to go up. I don't know if that's intensifying at all or not. A good way to check that is cloud cover, which it doesn't look like there's any intensification ongoing there, but we'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Just in case. Doesn't look like anything's really happening out there in Texas just yet. So again, this is what we're really going to be watching for. They have MCDs out for both of these CU fields, which is basically, like I said, the extremely early portions of a severe stage, and you can see that present here, and a very large and elongated area of a CU field all the way out here, even off the screen. So very large CU field out here where thunderstorm development will be a possibility. Like I said, y'all, if you're new to the channel, please quickly go hit that subscribe button. It's free. And the more important thing is hitting the like button and sharing, because that will push us out to more people. And you're in the watch. Oh, yeah, I would definitely stay weather aware. Proxy, I would stay weather aware for sure. Especially if I'm out here near the CU field. Look at all. Okay, we're probably going to see a watch in Kentucky. Holy crap. That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of clouds. Can I turn that off so we can see this a bit better? So you can see... Hold on a second. All right. Just had to check that. You can see all these little bubblers. It's what we call a CU field, and it's everywhere. It is everywhere. So that's why we have a risk for severe weather today. Any of these little blips of clouds can turn into a strong to possibly severe storm here, which is exactly how we got this risk ongoing. So this risk, probably about an hour and a half ago. You can see an hour and a half ago here. Let's go even further back, actually. Let's go 2 hours ago. You can see how this is exactly the same thing. Exactly the same thing. You can see the CU field on the south, CU field on the north. Quite rapidly developing thunderstorms in the middle. Thank you for subscribing, Tina. Much appreciated. And then 2 hours later, before you know it, boom, there goes your severe storms. And they continue. They continue for a long time. And there's even more starting to fire. And I'm expecting even more to get going out here as well. So very large area for severe weather today. Very, very large area. So we should start to see thunderstorms develop. It's going to take a bit. Like the SPC said, probably about 22Z, which is still 30 minutes from now, all the way to an hour and 30 minutes from now. So still quite a while away before we start to see... more likely initiation occur here. And then out here in Texas, we should be starting to see initiation here shortly. I'd say within an hour. Oh, yep, we actually do have a little storm going up right here, I think. Is that at the exact same location? So if I show you this, see this little tiny poof, that tiny little poof, and all this batch of cloud cover. That is our thunderstorm starting to get going right there. It's not a thunderstorm yet, but it probably will be in about 30 minutes or less. Clear skies, Caleb. Clear skies for Peoria, Illinois. You're probably in a decent risk for tomorrow, actually. If you're in a marginal, I anticipate you'll be expanded and upgraded to the slight. Yeah, you're already in that slight risk. They'll probably keep you in the slight risk, but honestly, there's a chance you might end up in the 10 sig. I anticipate they'll expand this 10 sig more to the northeast. I don't know how far to the east that might be, so it could include you. It just might include you. Like I said, multiple rounds of tornadic thunderstorms tomorrow, all hazards on the table. But I want to look out here for your location real quick. So yeah, I mean, you can see that first round goes through at 8 o'clock, and then another round around 10, 11. That is actually off to your northwest. I would not be all that shocked to see you included inside the 10 sig for tomorrow. So definitely a couple tornadoes being a possibility. Isolated large hail and isolated damaging winds as well. It's probably the same storm. I don't think we have another tor possible here. I'll just check through all of them. Yeah, so we've already gone through this tornado possible severe storm here. It doesn't look over the top. It's going to be sub-severe shortly. If they were to extend that severe thunderstorm warning, I believe they would be doing it. It would probably be getting extended now. But I mean, considering how rapidly that storm is weakened, I'm not expecting them to extend that warning just yet. Smiles, what I'm saying is nothing's, really going right now. But like I said, you have these little blips here. There's quite a few blips. Look at all these little blips. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little areas now of very, very, very light precipitation. So now stuff is starting to get going in Texas, but I want to see if any can maintain. Because, see, a few of these are just going to do that, you know. They're going to be like, yep, I'm strengthening. Nope, I'm gone. That's probably what we're going to see throughout a good chunk of this risk. And then, you know, probably 2 or 3 of the storms will be able to sustain in the environment and actually pose that tornadic threat. So I would be keeping a very, very close eye on it for sure. We did get our observed soundings from 18Z here from the SPC. I want to see how many we received there. Soundings. We got one at 17Z in Oklahoma. Wow. Huh. Yeah. This is wild. So this is what we were talking about yesterday with the capping being in place. So it's like, yeah, you got a good sounding here, right? Pretty decent sounding. Could be favorable of all hazards, mainly hail from what I'm seeing right off the bat. But then you look at your capping. This is a very strong amount of cap right here. Basically, a storm is going to, so just hypothetically, say a storm starts to fire right at the surface, right? So you get a little rain shower. That rain shower tries to grow upscale, and oh, it's done. It would literally die out right in the mid level, so that would only be a rain shower. That is exactly what this stuff's doing. You can see very light, maybe a bit of small, moderate precipitation here. But you are generally looking at light rain showers out here. So that is exactly what happens when that capping stays in place. It's a lid over the atmosphere. That is a classic example of a very strong capping in place. And that is what's currently lifting up there in Kansas and Nebraska, which is why we do have that MCD out for a 95% chance of a watch to be issued. So we'll see what happens there. See if we end up with a watch or not, which I'm expecting we will. I'd be very much blown away if we don't see a watch here. We could even end up with 2 watches, but right now they have that 95% chance likely out in this red MCD. So y'all, once again, like I said, make sure you've subscribed to the channel. We might stay live here, but if we decide not to and, you know, end in, say, 2 hours or something like that, then we'll definitely be back tonight. Regardless, I'm going to be watching the weather all day, and I will keep you guys updated on it. If you're wondering what's going to happen in the future here, so within about the next 30 minutes to an hour, we should begin to see storms develop generally along this portion of our watch area. It's probably not going to be along that entire western portion of the watch, so generally around that region. And then in about another hour or so, maybe just a bit longer, but just about an hour, probably about 5:30, 6 o'clock, we should start to see more storms fire out here. And by the time we get to 6 o'clock Eastern, we should have a tornado watch out in that red area, if not a bit outside of that area as well. So storms should begin to fire there. This will be a all hazards threat out here in central Nebraska, north central Kansas, up here towards southwestern South Dakota. If storms manage to go, which they've tried and attempted to go, but they just die right out, it will be very close to an all hazards, but the main threat with that will most likely be hail and wind, with an isolated weak brief tornado possibly being a possibility there. But your strong tornado potential and your biggest tornado threat and all hazards threat by a milestone is going to be out here today, which again, that northern side is going to get going pretty soon, like I said, with about an hour and a half. And then the southern side is going to get going late tonight. Like we're talking probably midnight, maybe even 1 a.m. before that southern side gets going. We're already seeing some, look at that. Jeez, this is a big CU field. Look, this is another big CU field out here near St. Louis. You can already see some bubblers going up right there. So there you go. We may already have some rain with those storms. Let's go over here real quick. I don't see any rain yet. Oh, yep, there they are. There you go. Oh, the St. Louis radar just came back online. Well, that's nice. Look at that. It's been down since yesterday at 7:37. Probably got knocked out by a bat or something. And now it's back up. 5 minutes ago, we just got the St. Louis radar back up here. So hopefully we will, let's see here. So hopefully we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Hopefully we won't see many storms out there. Oh, I hope we won't see many storms out there in St. Louis. I did say from a bat. People who were in yesterday's stream will definitely get that reference for sure. Because we did a lot of bat watching yesterday on the radar. Our storms didn't play out yesterday, so it turned into bat coverage. So, I mean, there's CU fields all over the place. This is like I almost said seafood. Seafood. This is CU field galore out here. We've got CU field up here in Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Wow, that's a lot of moisture return. Look at all that. That's probably quite the what that shows is that there's rapid destabilization ongoing in that area, because you can see how strong that jet stream is. It's pushing up all of that severe weather ingredients up northward, and I'm sure, I guarantee we can see it from the meso analysis here. So if we shut off our SPC outlook and we turn on the let's just turn on the what changed there. Oh, we got a severe thunderstorm watch. We just got a severe thunderstorm watch up here. Whoa, somebody screwed up the watch. Uh-oh, someone screwed up the watch. I think it was supposed to be like this or something like that, and instead they did this. What in the world? That is a mistake right there. That is a mistake, but you're included in the watch there. So we did just get a severe watch issued out here. Main threat by a milestone is hail. Isolated small to large hail and even isolated events of very large hail near and around 2-inch in diameter will be a possibility. Damaging winds around the realms of 60, 65 mile an hour winds will be possible. We're not anticipating anything greater than 70. And a brief, very weak tornado is on the table, so we can't completely rule out a brief tornado up there, but it's not anticipated. And then we got a new MCD. You can see this outline here as a new MCD all the way from Virginia Beach. This barely includes me, like just barely. I think I'm on that line. A severe hail and damaging wind risk will continue this evening across Thunderstorm Watch 109. Let's see here. Storms continue to develop in the northwestern extent of the watch, moving to the southeast. Southeastward here. Increasing risk for damaging winds appears possible across portions of southeastern Virginia. Strong D-Cape will allow for a hail threat as well to persist. So hail threat, wind threat, and that is really about it. You can see this storm again. So there you go. We've had that CU field developing out there in the Appalachians of western North Carolina. You can see it's really starting to get going now. Most of those storms should stay either possibly an isolated strong storm, or they're all going to stay beneath strong limits. We're not anticipating those to get too much of a severe threat at all. We're still trying to get some thunderstorm development out here, but it looks like these little blips are just fainting and not able to do anything. Hopefully that continues, because if that continues, our threat down there is going to be a bit less than anticipated. Is that storms in Colorado? That's why they issued the watch, because storms in Colorado are starting to get going now. If you look above my face cam, you can see the storm's starting to fire in northwest Colorado. Those really started to get going. Oh, wait, that's not Colorado. That's Wyoming. My bad, my bad. This is Wyoming. My bad. This is up here in Wyoming. I thought this was Nebraska. This is a bit further north than I'm used to tracking. We haven't tracked many severe threats in South Dakota this year at all. Matter of fact, this might be like the first one or maybe the second one. We've barely tracked South Dakota this year. The last thing I remember tracking South Dakota was a clipper system of snow. That is the last thing I remember. Let's see here. But yeah, let me show you guys this warm sector. So this is going to be from College of Dew page here. We'll just use this to give you an idea of how big our warm sector is right now. Man, that's a large warm sector. So we've got a very favorable environment out here. So your main dew points haven't really reached too much into Nebraska just yet. They're getting there. Honestly, I think the dew points are quite higher than what this particular map is showing, especially in southern Nebraska. But you can see that these, the dew points are climbing rapidly up in this area. We are getting rapid dew point recovery, rapid destabilization, especially in Kansas and Nebraska. That's where we're really seeing it the most. And you can see that's starting to push northward. So we're seeing a lot of destabilization like everywhere, really all over the place. North Carolina, Virginia. You can see North Carolina, Virginia, our dew points are very low. So not only is that going to contribute to more of a low wind severe threat, but also a very, very, very low wind tornado threat, if even a tornado threat at all. All right, let's see here. So welcome, Caden. Glad to see you in the stream here. Glad to see you. If they do upgrade, for what day? It would be for Tuesday, Girl Dev, for Caleb. So that would be tomorrow. Yeah, I imagine the humidity is, it's probably quite miserable day out there in Oklahoma. It was yesterday, and I'm sure it's even worse today. Just because of that destabilization. Random flood, flash flood in Mississippi. Not on my end at all. That'd be weird, because there's no rainfall, so I don't see anything. So there's that watch starting to render in on this software. And yeah, remember that CU field we were talking about south of St. Louis? Well, guess who just put an MCD on it? The SPC. So the SPC just issued a 20% chance of a watch being issued here, so we most likely won't see a watch issuance. Gusty winds, hail and gusty winds will be the main threat. Given the sparse nature and potential severe threat, a watch issuance is not expected. So we could see a couple isolated severes in here. So quite a few strong, maybe an isolated severe storm is a possibility out there south of St. Louis. Told you guys, CU fields are going all over the place here. We're now up to 5 mesoscale discussions. We did have a 6th one out for Texas, but that was canceled due to the watch being issued, and we'll probably see this one canceled as well because we just got a severe watch. Our first strong storm up here in the, or decently strong storm up here in the northern side of the risk area, is going to be this one out here in northeastern Wyoming, which is unique to say the least. That is unique. No thunderstorm, or not a thunderstorm just yet, no thunder with it, but we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, there is an MCD in portions of Nebraska. Yep. Quite a large area of Nebraska here. Under that MCD, you can see, of course, Nebraska is this state here. Again, that's a 95% chance of seeing a watch issued between, what was it, 2130Z and 22Z? Something like that. 2122Z. Let's go look. Watch issuance is likely by 2122Z, so we'll have a watch out by 6 o'clock Eastern. By 6 o'clock Eastern. So we'll keep a very, very close eye on it. Let's see. Yeah, and then there's that MCD for south of St. Louis. We talked about that. St. Louis shouldn't see severe weather today unless that warm front manages to lift more north, which would be, not impossible. So, an isolated strong storm south or near the St. Louis area is going to be a possibility. Let's see here. Man, I'm telling you, models are just not going to handle today well whatsoever. I've taken every model run with a grain of salt, more than I normally do, because it's just they've been all over the place. They've been all over the place. Lake Anna, did you say? I'm not sure where that's located. If you give me like a town nearby or something, I'll be able to check for you. Let's see. I can tell you this, there's no... Ooh, that's a, interesting storm. That might have a bit more hail with it there. Going towards Cambridge, Maryland, I believe that is. Yeah, you could even see a bit of a hail spike with it. Yeah, I'm in a watch, Caleb. I sure am. This is still possible, but the storms move it out of that severe warning, so they'll either let that expire in 10 minutes or they'll cancel it as that storm's moved out of the area. Why wasn't Lincoln in the MCD? Because we're not anticipating severe weather that far east just yet. Storms are firing here, moving up to the north, most likely. North-northwest, possibly. I'm pretty sure that's the storm mode for this particular hour of severe threat here. We're going to have storms going all sorts of directions. East, north, southeast. Maybe even some going dead south. Rain showers will be moving westward. I don't think we'll have any severe storms move west. But yeah, the general motion out here is going to be north in Nebraska and Kansas until we get towards about midnight, 1 a.m. We'll get to see an additional area of storms develop that will start moving eastward. Let's see here. So we'll continue to monitor it and see what happens here. Man, just a whole lot of storms out here in Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania. A lot of storms. So we have a bit of a damage report out here in Wilmington. Is this Delaware? I think this is Delaware. Let's see. 42 knot wind gust, which is about 48 miles per hour. So that's, I don't know if that's our first wind report. I doubt that is our very first wind report of the day. I'm quite sure we've had at least some other ones. You know what? It looks like that's probably our first wind report of the day, and it's not severe, so I don't think that's going to be included on the SPC reports there, because it's not a severe wind report. 58 and higher is a severe wind gust report. 58 miles per hour and higher. Alrighty. So, yeah, like I said, we should see a tornado watch here shortly. So, by the way, what this means a severe watch. So, you see this MCD. This most of the time is going to mean a severe watch is mostly possible. It depends on what it says. With this one, a severe watch was possible 60%. This one, a severe watch is unlikely, but it is still a 20% chance that it could possibly be issued. We're not expecting one, but I mean, it's 20%, so you never know. And then same goes for this one. 60% chance we see a watch inside this MCD. And this is just saying the threat for severe weather continues here in this mesoscale discussion. Then we have another mesoscale discussion, this big, bold red one, which is a 95% chance of a tornado watch being issued. Evansville, Indiana, keep an eye on Monday. I believe you're inside a slight risk for severe weather on Monday. If not, you're very close to it. Or, I'm sorry, did I say Monday? Wednesday, my bad. Wednesday, sorry. Wednesday, yeah, you are in that slight risk for severe weather on Wednesday. So keep an eye out for isolated large hail and damaging winds. The tornado threat should be very, very, very low. Should be a very low tornado threat. The storm next to Charlottesville that's severe warned. Let's see. Let's see, Charlottesville. Would that be PA, I assume? Okay, I think I was wrong. Charlottesville. Let's see. Man. Virginia. That one? It's not tour possible, so there's definitely no way you can determine if it's rotation or not. Because we don't have a radar even remotely close to that area, so I'm not sure exactly what makes you say that. There's no good radar in that area. So I'm not sure exactly what makes you say that. Wires reported down and carport collapse. Oh, that's quite the damage report. That is near the... Whoa, what the heck? Something happened to that site above my face game there. So that is near Hampton. Let's see. Is that Virginia, possibly? Definitely not Virginia. Okay, it says it's near PA. PA. So it should be right about here. That is the storm that was tore possible. That is the storm that was tore possible. So, I mean, we'll see if the National Weather Service sends a survey crew out there. Hold on. Let me check something real quick. So, if I turn this to 1 hour. Okay, good. So that's not going to affect anything. And then this is the reports here. Oh, no, that's the spotter network. Let's go to our, my word, brain fart. Our reports here. Yeah, so this is the one that Pez was talking about here at 3:42 p.m. Eastern. Wires reported down and a carport collapsed along Carlisle Pike north of New Oxford, Pennsylvania. So they may or may not send survey crews out there. That was a tore possible severe though, so we'll see. We'll see if they end up doing anything like surveying any damage out there or not. You're welcome, Pilgrim. Thank you so much for tuning in. Glad to have you in the stream. Thankfully, a whole lot isn't happening in our main risk right now. We aren't expecting much to occur until later on today. This should be the first risk that pops off, which honestly I'm surprised it's been able to not do a whole lot right now. I was really expecting it to be pretty much ongoing, to be honest. I was really expecting it to be fired up by now. But we'll keep watching it. We'll see. We will see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, so there's that severe watch, 2-inch hail, likely 70-mile-an-hour winds possible, a couple tornadoes possible. That's the one in South Dakota, northeastern Wyoming, northwestern Nebraska. That is this severe watch, which it's not in effect for this county. So if that county does get a watch, it's going to be a tornado watch. When that tornado watch comes out here, which should be within the next hour, before 6 p.m. That watch is expected before 6 p.m. It's giving it from not firing. Good question. Okay, probably the capping. Most likely the capping. Might also be the lack of a forcing mechanism as well. There's probably not anything to really get those storms to fire, like, right at this second. But they should be able to fire here shortly. Man. I can tell you this, the ingredients today are through the roof. It is through the roof with ingredients today in Texas and Oklahoma. Not so much in Nebraska and Kansas, but still definitely present. So that capping is going to save us big time in Oklahoma and Texas from a massive threat for tornadoes. It would not be a good scenario if we did not have a capping in place. I do want to point this out real quick for those of you who were tuned into the live stream. Like 4 or 5 days ago, we pointed out Thursday for the potential of severe weather. They've now highlighted an area over Catman, one of our mods in Tulsa, Oklahoma, as well as 2 of our mods, Brooklyn and Catman out there in Oklahoma. So that is a new 15% chance for severe weather for Thursday. Like we discussed in yesterday's stream, I said if they do highlight an area, it would be for probably wind and hail, maybe a tornado threat. And in this discussion, you can clearly see here that they do say the potential for severe weather is possible, but it's on the lower side of things. Mainly the threat for severe weather will be for hail and wind. Which you can see here, multicellular clusters is evident on Thursday. Lower severe probabilities extended further southwestward. They do say wind and hail somewhere in here. I don't know exactly where they said it. I read it earlier this morning. I don't see it now. But typically with clusters, your main threat's going to be wind and hail and maybe an isolated brief tornado. Maybe an isolated brief tornado, but as we get closer, we'll know more. We just got to take it one system at a time, one day at a time. So first, let's get through today, which is a doozy for sure. That is a doozy for sure. Hold on a second. Okay. All right. So yeah, there goes that MCD. I told y'all that MCD was gonna disappear because we have a watch out. So there goes that MCD. We're not really expecting that watch came out honestly a bit earlier than I anticipated, because we're not really expecting all that much thunderstorm development until possibly 7 o'clock. Probably 7 o'clock. So that watch came out quite sooner than I was expecting. Let's see here. All right. Nothing there. Quickly gonna just check mesoanalysis. Even though mesoanalysis is not gonna be the best today, due to models underestimating the western extent of the dry line. According to mesoanalysis, we've got a bit of a favorable environment. 3,500 instability in place over south central Kansas, northwestern Nebraska, generally out in this area here. So quite a lot of food for storms. My main question is the lower level jet. Not an issue. 35, 40 knots out there. Mid-level jet is probably about 50 to 60 out there. So, and then the upper level jet is, of course, present. What about wind shear? Yeah, you've got a lot of bulk shear in effect. About 150 to 100 helicity. So that wind shear is going to have to come up a bit more in order for that tornado threat to be present here, which it should continue to increase over the next 4 hours here. Let's see. Metallic, the reason for me getting into weather was actually lack of warning for a storm that hit my area, knocked over like 4 oak trees. It knocked over all of the oak trees we had, and we had absolutely no warning at all. And that's what really sparked my interest for thunderstorms. But I've always loved them. I've always, when there's a thunderstorm, I've always gone out on the porch like an idiot and looked at the thunder and the lightning. But really not getting a warning for a really strong, severe storm, or what should have been a severe storm. That's what really piqued my interest, was wondering how, you had hours in order to warn us, and we somehow didn't get anything at all. NATO cast, weirdly enough, is interesting. I don't want to say this because it's definitely going to be something on the top. Please do not trust NATO cast, but I will say this, is Dodge City inside the enhanced risk? NATO cast has a 15 significant tornado threat, like right near or extremely close to Dodge City. But don't trust that. Don't trust that. That's like a computer model. It's based on the HREF model, which is not the most accurate model, I can tell you that. But it's interesting on why it has a 15 sig in that area, even though we might not even see storms fire in some of those locations. So we'll keep an eye on it, but definitely listen to the SPC, and they have a 10 sig in place. But interesting on why NATOcast has a 15 sig. But there is no official 15 significant chance for tornadoes in place right now. The last update for today will be issued at, I believe, 9 o'clock tonight. So probably right before that main event occurs. Most likely right before that main event occurs. Let's see here. So again, let's go back out here towards my neck of the woods because I'm curious if I'm going to get a big boom of thunder out here. Yes, I'm not in New York. Holy moly. I wanted to go more south than that. There might be a storm starting to fire up off to my west. What county is that? That is going to be... let's see here. Oh, that's going to be one county to my west. Oh, sweet. That's where some storms do fire, actually. Typically, the way how I get the most severe weather is storms that fire out here in the Appalachians, and then move up to the northeast. That's typically how I get my main severe threats. But I've seen a couple instances where storms fire along this portion of the mountain and then push eastward. I live around the realms of Martinsville, Virginia. So we'll keep an eye on this severe thunderstorm watch, see if anything happens in that. Oh, that might be your first, quote, big storm. It's not a big storm at all. But that might be your first possibly decent storm. Like I said a long time ago, this would be the main area to watch for initiation, specifically out on this portion of the watch. So we'll see that's probably our first main storm of the day. Probably our main first storm of the day. This will be moving up towards the Big Spring area, up towards Sweetwater and Snyder later down the line. So that is going to warrant me pulling my analysis radar out there. Let's pull that all the way out. Oops. All the way out. Gracious. All the freaking way out here. Okay, there we go. I think we're far enough west. Yep. So yeah, that is definitely a storm. So see how the CC values are lowered? That says, or that what that means is it's a storm. It's a storm. It is a storm. So it's detecting rain. The CC is detecting rain in the area. Yeah, I don't know if I don't really think the cap's gonna break early. Out here in Wichita, Wichita should be like, yeah, there's Wichita. Yeah, it's gonna probably be a very much overnight threat for Wichita. Unfortunately, it's probably gonna be dead of night threat for Wichita. We don't have any CU clouds going. Oh, we've got towers. Buddy, we got towers. We got towers. Now we have towers. So that watch should be out very shortly here. Now we have towers. So it was just a CU fill, but boom, there's your towers. Up there in Nebraska. That is probably going to warrant the watch. That will probably warrant the watch being issued. Which they said it's going to be issued by 6 o'clock Eastern. And there's your first storm in Texas. Starting to go up too. So your first round is beginning. First round's beginning here. We'll see how rapidly, which I debated is going to be rapid at all, occurs. Let's see here. Let's see here. So it looks like over the last 3 hours, we have had a absurd amount of uptrend for instability. So for western Nebraska and Kansas, we were calling for around the realms of 1,500 instability moments ago. Now model runs show in excess of, get this, 4,200 instability. So that is just considerably higher. Considerably higher. Basically what that means is there's a whole lot more fuel for storms. A whole lot more fuel for storms. Alright, let's switch back on over here. I don't think it's going to be fully uncapped, but once the forcing mechanism pushes through, there's a very, very good chance it will be uncapped. A really good chance. And it looks like that's going to fire up at probably about 11 o'clock, maybe midnight. So it might, it's probably going to result in earlier initiation as well. So we may be looking at 10 o'clock for initiation as opposed to 12. At least for that main overnight nocturnal threat. Yep, that's definitely our first real storm in our risk area getting going here. I'm just waiting for that tornado watch to come out on the northern side. So yeah, this storm's heading, it's a bit difficult to tell its direction right now, but it should be heading northeast. Should be heading northeast. And Omaha just walked outside. Hot and juicy atmosphere, way different from an hour ago. Yep, it's rapid destabilization that's ongoing. And yeah, we're definitely starting to see storms fire here. This is going to be west of Garden City, Texas. So this is going to be in Texas, where we most likely are watching our first storms getting going here. Let me check our chaser. Our chaser's planning on going live at 7. He has pushed it back 45 minutes to 6:15. So our chaser is going live 45 minutes sooner. So that's bad news. If chasers are going live sooner, which I already know like 6 of them are live. Yeah, we already have 3 or 4 chasers that are live right now, and an additional 4 will go live in the next hour, plus ours at 6:15. So definitely going to be a crazy day. Our chaser's going to be targeting out there in most likely either Kansas or Nebraska. We'll see. We will see. I know for a fact he ain't targeting Texas. I don't know if anybody's starting Texas, except probably people who live out in that general risk area. There you go. There's your first rain shower. So we went from from nothing to CU filled to bubblers to a rain shower. Now what's next is full-on thunderstorm development. So we should see our watch get issued here very, 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 very soon. Very soon. Do we have any radars out there? Because I know that area has a lack of radars. We do. All right, let's go ahead and just flop a radar site, our analysis radar site up there as well. Go flop that up there. Oh, this is going to take forever. Go through the Cape of radar up here to the northwest. And then boom. It didn't take too long. What is outlook looking for southeastern Omaha? So that's Nebraska, right? Kansas. I think that's Kansas. So, yeah. Oh, my word. Omaha, Nebraska. My word. So this is in Nebraska here. It's going to be quite a while before you see any thunderstorms. I don't believe you're far out of that MCD. So you've got a slight risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather. It's for late tonight. Main threat by a milestone should be hail. You've got a 15 significant chance for hail. What that means is within a radius of your town, or in this case, a city, within this general radius here, 25 miles, you have a 15% chance of seeing about 1.75 inch hail. For the wind threat, it's very low. A 5% chance of seeing 60-mile-an-hour winds within this radius, and the tornado threat is a 5% chance of seeing a tornado within that radius. So decent probabilities. Biggest threat by a milestone is definitely hail, followed by tornadoes, followed by wind. So I would be keeping a very, very close eye on the forecast. Most likely it's going to be late tonight when you see those severe storms possibly roll through your area. Maybe some isolated strong to a severe storm at 11 o'clock midnight, but that main risk should roll through at about, you're looking at 7, 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for that main risk. But there's still uncertainties on exactly how strong those storms will be. So there's a chance that you just end up with rain. There's a chance you just end up with rain out there and nothing else. But just know that the environment seems favorable for severe weather, so I would be watching it closely. Let's see here. There we go. And we'll switch back to this. And okay, still no watch. We got two little storms here going up. Two storms. Just two little storms going up here. So it shouldn't be anything too crazy right now, but give them an hour and we should have an explosive supercell in development here. So before this stuff really gets to pop off here, make sure y'all have hit that like button and please share the stream with anyone you know. We'll be here for multiple hours covering this first threat of severe weather, and we'll be live again tomorrow and Wednesday as well. So yeah, make sure you're subscribed to the channel as well. It's greatly appreciated. I do want to take a quick peek at 18ZHRRR for Wednesday. Let's see here. Wednesday morning, which is technically Tuesday night according to the National Weather Service, looks the most interesting. But Wednesday overall right now does not look over the top at all. But we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, we should see quite explosive thunderstorm development here. But right now, we gotta wait for the storms to break through that cap. Then they will. Let's see here. So we'll continue to monitor this, and we'll see how this threat persists. Let's see. You'll be alive again for Wednesday? Yeah, I definitely will. Sure will. Let me go check that storm in Nebraska. Or is it Kansas? Nope, it's the storm in Nebraska. So, again, I'm not expecting as explosive development with these storms as I am in Texas, but they should be quite rapidly intensifying cells. I'm just waiting for that watch to come out. That's why you're consistently seeing me check back on this program, because this program is going to be the first one to get that watch when it comes out. It will get it the quickest. It gets it the quickest. Let's see. Mesoanalysis did just update because it passed 5 p.m. So we should have 21Z. Yep. Widespread 3,500 instability in place all the way from now central Nebraska down through northwestern Oklahoma. So favorable environment is definitely starting to become more widespread and increase over the next couple, even the last couple minutes it has, but it's going to continue to increase all the way until tonight. All the way until tonight, we should see the environment continue to get worse and worse in the sense of a more unstable environment being present. And it should, the ingredients should peak late tonight, probably right around the realms of 10 p.m., and that's when our main storms, our main 10 SIG tornado risk storms are expected to pop off about 10, 11 o'clock. Which, like I said, is sooner. It's sooner than what we were initially anticipating because that trough has moved a bit quicker. And the dry lines, as of now, the dry line has set up a bit more to the west. Yeah, that dry line is in place over the western panhandle of Oklahoma. By the time storms fire, it should be into towards like the Woodward, Oklahoma area. And yeah, those storms are definitely going fast in Garden City, Texas. Another storm's going to attempt to do something here in South Dakota, but nothing's been able to maintain so far in any of these main risk areas. But yeah, the best chance is definitely Nebraska and Texas for storms to be able to maintain intensity or intensify. So we'll see if they're able to do it. These two in Texas have been the most promising so far. And we're going to continue to see little blimps of storm development here until eventually they break through that capping and explode. Which, again, shouldn't be too much longer here. We should have quite a few strong to maybe even severe storms around 6 p.m. Which, again, we should have the watch before that as well. We should have our tornado watch very, very, very soon. I'm a bit surprised we don't have it right now. I'm a bit surprised we do not have it right now. Let's make sure that that is muted. All right. Significant tornado threat's not high at all for Wednesday, Girl Def. It's not even present right now. But the parameters are misleading, so I don't like to look at STP. Now, supercell composite, I'll look at that quite frequently, just because it's an easier product to get a hold of and see what's going to happen. But I find STP is a bit misleading, quite misleading to be honest. Let's see here. All right. I'm quickly checking mesoanalysis, y'all. Because I got to see what the environment looks like. Because if I don't know what the environment looks like, I can't get a grasp on what storms might do once they fire. So, number one thing I always check is the photographs. Because right off the bat, that's going to be something that's really useful. And pretty much there is solid photographs across the entire risk area. Which tells to me that there is a decent amount of wind shear in place. It looks like it's a little bit lacklustering in the lower levels right now. The lower level helicity is lacklustering just a bit. By quite a lot, actually. But that's going to rapidly increase as this trop progresses. So the later we get, the more wind shear we'll have. And right now, out there in Nebraska, we're at a solid 20-degree gap for dew points and temperatures. So honestly, right now, the tornado threat in Nebraska might be a bit on the lower side of things. But again, that's going to continue to increase. We'll continue to see the tornado threat increase as we go towards the night and overnight hours. Let's see here. What are the actual chances of a tornado in northeast Kansas overnight? So it depends on exactly how far in northeast Kansas you go. So here is the risk that's tropical. Here's the tornado risk that's present. So in northeast Kansas, it's really all of it's 5%, with the exception of out there towards like Lawrence and west of Kansas City. But if you're anywhere inside this brown area, every 25 miles of a given point, see, you gave me a town here. There's a 5% chance for a tornado every 25 miles of a given point there. So yeah, you're in that brown. So within this right here, there's a 5% chance that we see a tornado. So then you get a grasp of how big the risk actually is, because every 25 miles, every single point here, there's a 5% chance for a tornado. So that adds up to a quite good likelihood that we'll see at least one tornado in northeast Kansas. But there's only a 5% chance that it is in a radius of your town/city. So present, but not all that high. Present, but not all that high. Much higher off to your west. I would not be shocked to see a 15 sig in southeastern Iowa, northeastern Missouri, and extreme west central Illinois tomorrow. I would not be surprised whatsoever to see a 15 sig Tor get introduced. Marysville, Ohio. So you said Wednesday. There's still, the specifics are still far and few between, so we don't know all too much about Wednesday. But that area is it is in a slight risk for severe weather, so I can already tell you you're going to be in a wind risk, hail risk, and maybe a low-end tornado risk, but main risk should be wind and hail up there. We'll see if it uptrends later on or not. And it will be for Wednesday, like you said. Tornado watch is still not out. I will be very much surprised if it's not out here shortly. Honestly, I thought it would already be out, considering we saw those bubblers. So it's taken quite a, in my opinion, it's taken quite a while to get the watch out there. Quite surprised that it's taken that long. Because for Virginia, it was like we saw one severe, or we even saw the bubblers and the watch was out. it was out quite quickly. Alabama's fine from all this. Alabama is goods to go. You are clear to go for Alabama. Let's see here. So yeah, we'll continue to monitor that. So right now, the most imminent threat for severe weather is with any storms that can get going here, which we're starting to see more and more storms fire. But right now, they're really, honestly struggling. They're struggling. You can see how they attempt to fire, and then they kind of... This one's already really started to fire, but this one here, it fires, and then it's already starting to die out. So it's probably undergoing a cell merge there. So they're not able to sustain just yet. Like I said, they'll have to break through that capping in order to sustain. And once they do that, then, like I said, then they will start to explode. Let's see here. I want to quickly check this. Oops. Forgot what I was going to check now. If I don't check something, like, right when I think of it, it's gone. I'll never remember it again. Man. Welcome into the stream, Clay. Glad to have you in here. Looks like our website for weather is it's getting a bit better here. College Due page was down for quite a while. Oh, man. Well, that's not good. It appears their GFS model is down. So they're not going to be able to get, or shouldn't be able to get, new model runs in. So good thing we won't be needing the GFS anytime soon. We probably won't need that until Thursday or Friday to look in the future. Just for the fun of it, let me look at it now. Very inactive. Man, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Holy crap. That is awesome. So Thursday will probably be our last threat for severe weather. And then really, it looks to calm down. There's no, like, major or big threats in the near-term future after Thursday. I should really say after tomorrow. Like, Wednesday doesn't look like a big tornado threat right now. And Thursday doesn't even seem to have a possibility for a tornado threat. So we'll see if Wednesday or Thursday uptrend. We will see. Let's see, nothing there. I'm in Texas. How this will impact me? It probably won't. Let me see. Yeah, these storms are probably going to be... It's going to be a close call. It depends on how rapidly they develop. So they're going to move up northeast like this. Generally up that way. So, you know, if they shift a bit more to the south, or if they go a little bit more east for a little bit longer, or if they're a bit larger, then you'll probably be impacted. We'll keep an eye on it, but right now, I would say mostly isolated hail, and that's about it. If this storm stays off to your northwest, you could see literally next to nothing. But we'll see. Once we get a bit closer, we'll be able to determine that much better. We'll be able to determine that way better. Haley, I'm not 100% sure, but if you do get in to watch, it will probably be severe. But I can't really tell you that for certain. That's just guessing off of the probabilities that are present over that region. Maybe very weak tornadoes, girl dev, but a strong tornado threat or a noble tornado threat for Wednesday looks highly unlikely as of now. It looks very, very unlikely. Want to check on our severe storms out here. Actually, look at that. We already have a severe storm out here in North Carolina. Want to trail 60-mile-an-hour winds out there for the Mills River area. We're seeing a little bubbler form off to my southeast. Wonder if that looks interesting on satellite. I might take a look at that out my window. But I'm not really too interested in the severe threat in my neck of the woods today because it's not expected to be big whatsoever. Tomorrow looks like a better chance for me. Matter of fact, let me look at the new model run data for that. Oh, it downtrended a lot. Well, I guess we'll throw that threat out the window, too. You're welcome, Haley. What are you seeing, Caleb? Oof. Jeez. Quite the uptrend on the HRR for tomorrow morning. Honestly, I don't think this threat's going to stop. Like I said, once it gets going, which it's pretty much, it's already going now. We have watches out. It's probably not going to stop for, I mean, geez, you're looking at a lot of hours. It probably won't stop until Tuesday morning. Then it will get going again Tuesday afternoon. We shall see. Hello, Sebastian. Welcome to the stream. Quickly gonna turn this off for just a second. Camera will be off for just a minute. Probably not even. Is those storms west Texas on the dry line? Most likely, yeah. There's a really high chance that they are. I would nearly guarantee it. That's probably what's really helping to initiate them. The favorable ingredients in place over here, and then that dry line smacks those favorable ingredients, and then that's what's firing them off. Yes, Parliament. What did you do? Let's see if we've got anything new over here. All right. Sure, why not? Just don't do it more than preferably 5 minutes. Yeah, so we're starting to see some more storms attempt to fire here. They're not the best by any means. We'll see what happens, though. While you're at it, get Pez, too. Maybe give Pez, 10-minute one, or maybe around the realms of 10 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, you can see they're trying to fire up here. They're trying. But every time they've tried like 6 times. They try here, oh, fall apart. Try here, oh, fall apart. Now they're trying again. They're just not able to do it. And then this one, like I said, these are really starting to go. You can really, really pick out. This is just tiny. That thing's not doing much at all. But this one is definitely trying to get going here. And then I'm curious to see about near St. Louis. Anything there? Yeah, those have just stayed as little bubblers. Yeah, they're really not going much at all. And what about in Nebraska? Like, this is Kansas. There's not a lot there either. This is Nebraska. They bubbled up and now they're just done. It looks like they weren't able to sustain at all. Look at that. Wow. That is crazy. We'll see what happens there. But I mean, right now that just completely fell apart. That is just completely falling apart there. We'll see if that changes or not. But yeah, I mean, look at that. Just flop. The upper cloud just... The clouds just did nothing. But yeah, they're bubblers. They're really starting to go... Oh, just kidding. Nothing's able to sustain right now. Really just a storm in Texas is it, to be honest. That is really it right now. Let me go over here real quick. see if this shows anything. There we go. There we go. Welcome back, Legacy. Glad to see you here. We haven't ended coverage yet. We're still going. We'll see whenever we end here. Connor's going to be live here in like 30-ish minutes. 40. About 40, I think. So I'm curious to see where Connor is. But yeah, this is all that we're seeing right now. Here's a current radar out here in Texas. Nothing too over the top at all. We got a hail core, I guess. 73 dBz. That's not really a lot at all. We'll see what happens with it, though. In just a moment. There we go. We did just get another severe warning in Virginia. All those severes in Virginia, there's nothing crazy with them at all. Oh, it is starting to get a bit of a hail core. We'll see what happens. 1-inch hail 60. Our greatest severe is this one. Right here. 38 more minutes, 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this one has a decent hail core with it. You can see the hail spike with it as well in CC. Quite decent. Quite a decent hail core there. That is out there in Virginia. And that's really the only hail core. All these have small little cores, but it's nothing like a large hail core like that. That one is impressive. What is that, like 70-something dBz? Actually, only about 68. So not actually as large as the one we have in Texas. So Texas actually has the biggest hail core right now. You can see that there. 73. So we'll see. There's 2 enhanced risk across a large portion of Kansas and Nebraska and into the Dakotas and a small portion of Virginia. So I'll show you the risk here. So that orange is your enhanced. It's your enhanced risk right there. So that is in South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas. Does not include any portions of Oklahoma anymore. And we do have one out here as well. Right here as well. Which is in Maryland and Virginia, I believe. So those are your 2 enhanced risks. The one in Virginia is just for wind. Maybe an isolated, small to isolated, very much isolated large hail threat. And this one is for strong tornadoes, extremely large hail near and around 3 to 4 inches in diameter, damaging winds around 70-75 miles per hour, and a few strong tornadoes being a possibility. So much greater enhanced risk out here than the one in Virginia. So we'll continue to watch it, and we'll see what happens. Let's see, there we go. And there it is! Finally, our first severe of the main risk. And it's for that little tiny hail core we were talking about. Right off the bat, warned for 1.5-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right off the bat. So there you go. Took a little while, but it's going. It is going. 2 hours into the stream. Well, 10 seconds away from 2 hours into the stream. We get our first severe storm in our main risk area. Took just a little bit. Took just a little bit. Just a little bit. Still quite a lot of, let's see, what is this? Trees down here in Monroe Hall. But yeah, like I was going to say, still quite a lot of severes out here as well. So a lot of severe weather still ongoing out there in Virginia. Just make sure you're keeping an eye out on it, staying hyper weather aware. Tornado threat is very close to none out there. It's not zero, but it is very close to it. Hello, Lucy. Welcome to the stream. Thoughts for me for tomorrow. Where are you located? I think you're near the south, just barely south of St. Louis. Main threat should be hail, I believe. Let's see here. Yeah, main threat is hail as well as wind, and an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. But personally, I think that tornado threat is on the lower side for around your location. So if a storm does manage to get going, I'm going to say it's going to have a decent chance for large hail around the realms of 1.5 inch in diameter and about 60-mile-an-hour winds being a chance as well. I was going to say a possibility. You can see this on the simulated reflectivity, but honestly, it might stay off to your north. So these are your storms, which roll through about 5 p.m. And I mean, it's a very conditional tornado threat. So most, if not everybody, will be clear from a tornado threat for tomorrow in terms of actually seeing a tornado. Now, there's millions, if not tens of millions of people under the gun for tornadoes tomorrow, but the majority of those people are going to see rainfall, maybe winds, maybe some small hail, and a lot of people are not going to be seeing the tornado threat. And that's the same thing with today. So even though you're under that chance for a tornado, it's all about where those storms set up. And the best shot for those storms to fire is up in that 10 sig for tomorrow. And we might have a few storms near that 5%, which is why we have that 5% there as well. Because if storms do fire, they will have a chance to produce a tornado for tomorrow. Same goes for today. We've got that 10 sig risk out as well. Best chance for thunderstorms producing tornadoes is going to be inside that 10 sig area. Tomorrow is the exact same risk as today, with the wind threat being slightly smaller than today. But same tornado threat, same wind threat, or rather, same tornado threat, same hail threat. A little bit lower of a wind threat for tomorrow. Enhanced risk is in place, level 3 out of 5, which is the same today, level 3 out of 5. Out here for tomorrow, Iowa, Missouri, and Western Illinois. All right, let's go back on over here. I want to go check our storm further to the south, out in our tornado watch area. Just hail. That actually, wow, a very notable hail spike. A very notable hail spike right there. That is shocking. Look at that. That is a very much noticeable hail spike. So this could be dropping around the realms or possibly even greater than 1.5 inch hail. So very, very interesting there. We'll continue to watch it and see what happens. We shall see. Let me quickly check this. All right. So we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll see what happens, y'all. We'll see. We shall see. Alright, see you in a bit, Pez. So this stuff is still relatively on the lower side right now. I don't have my phone within reach. Let's see, what did Pez text me here? Oh yeah, the NATO cast. That was 40 minutes ago. It was 2011, Sebastian. So, like I said, y'all, make sure you guys have subscribed to the channel. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. We don't have any active tornado warnings right now, so thankfully, no tornadic activity ongoing at this exact moment. And if you can, share this stream with your family, friends, social media. Hit that like button as well. It's greatly, greatly appreciated. Just one severe storm right now inside of our risk area, and we will be monitoring it closely. Severe warn for 1.5 inch hail. Now just considerably upgraded there. Now it's a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2 inch hail. So that is your first considerable severe of our main risk area. It's not the first considerable of the day, though, because we did have a considerable in Virginia. So that is your first considerable severe thunderstorm warning of this main risk region. Let's see here. So we'll see what happens with this storm. But like I said, now warned for 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. So the precautions you need to be taking now with this storm: you need to be indoors, away from doors and windows, and preferably in your safe spot due to the 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. But it is, it's not a tornado warning. It's not a tornado warning, so you don't have to go to your safe spot. But I do recommend it because it is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 2-inch hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. 2-inch hail, Caleb, 2-inch hail. Which that hail core has already decreased. You can see it did increase, and now it's already on a downtrend there. In the sense of large hail. But still very well present. So we'll continue to monitor that as closely as possible. And yeah. Let's see. I think 2-inch hail is, I'm not sure, actually. Let's see. I haven't memorized those. Let's see here. They just say 2-inch hail. Don't know if we have a mod in chat to do the command or not for the exclamation hail or not. Let's see. I know it's less than tennis ball sized hail because I'm pretty sure that's 2.5. So 2-inch hail should be, I think egg sized. I think you're right. Pretty sure it is egg sized hail. So we'll watch that. But 2-inch hail, hen egg. It is hen egg sized hail. So we'll continue to monitor our storm producing hen-sized, hen egg-sized hail. Imagine hen-sized hail. That would be crazy. I was checking a sounding from the NAM here. What is this? This is a 03Z. I feel like the HRRR is just underdoing this threat ridiculously. Not only that, the HRRR had this storm that we're currently tracking initiating at 7 o'clock. Or rather, initiating at 8 o'clock. And here it is at just before 6. And we have this storm very well ongoing. And considerable as well. Which again, considerable for 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Make sure you're in your indoors and preferably in your safe spot. And then they did just warn that one as well on the kind of northern side of that storm. This one up here for Colorado City. We do have a lack of radar coverage right in here, so that's going to be a doozy. And a bit of a lack of radar coverage here as well. But quite the large radar hole right over the Rochester? I don't know how you say it here in Texas. Rochester area. Seymour, right around that area. Hello, Catman. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you here. You made it. You made it. You're probably finishing up school. What risk are you in? Oh, yeah, your main risk is probably Thursday. Today, you're in a... are you in that slide? Yeah, you're in the slide today. Thursday looks like a better opportunity for severe weather for you. Today's just a full question mark. It is a full question mark for severe weather in Oklahoma, anywhere in Oklahoma. Oh, wow. Alrighty then. Okay, well. I guess we're at a destructive severe storm. I guess we are at a destructive severe storm now for 2.75-inch hail. Look at that. That is crazy. We are at a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now. Out here in Texas, north of Sterling City. So that is a PDS severe thunderstorm warning By far the highest in severe warning we've received today. That is baseball-sized hail, 2.75 and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So please be in your safe spot. Treat this as if it is a dangerous situation because it is. It is a particularly dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning, 2.75-inch hail. You need to be in your safe spot for that one. 78 people included in that severe. Baseball-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, so please be in your safe spot. This is in effect for 40 whole minutes, my word. That is quite the duration of a severe warning there. So just make sure you guys are in your safe spot if you're inside that destructive severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that hail core present here on radar. We can switch to here. There's that orange polygon there. So that is where your destructive severe is in effect right there in that orange polygon. So it's just north of Sterling City. Forsan, you're still inside that considerable severe, but off to your southeast, there's that destructive severe and an orange polygon there. Like I said, there's your hail core. Right here's your hail core. Now, most likely, you're still seeing hail around and outside of that particular hail core. So you're probably seeing hail in this entire general region here. But the largest hail should be focused right out in this corridor here, moving off to the, I believe, northeast, generally up in this direction. It might be moving a bit more. Yeah, it's moving east-northeast. Let's see what they have it moving as. They are saying it is moving, my word, east at 50. East at 50. So that is how fast your storm's moving. That's about an average speed for a severe storm. Oh, wow. Dang. That's crazy. There goes your MCD for a 95% chance of a watch. Wow. I will easily admit that I was dead wrong on that one being issued. That has been canceled. That has been canceled. So we are did the 5% verify? Wow. That is extremely rare. We'll give them still 10 more minutes just in case. But that is very, 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 very rare. That is a very rare situation that you just saw unfold. If that does not get issued within the next 10 minutes there. That is very rare. Less than or around the realms of a 5% chance of that not being issued. And so far it's not been issued, but that MCD was canceled. I am very much shocked with that one. That is crazy. So we'll continue to watch this storm here as it progresses off to the east here. We'll keep a very close eye on that. We will keep an eye on that one. All right, y'all. I'm going to go quickly get some food because I have food ready. So I will be right back. I'm going to leave y'all right on this radar. I'll be here talking in just 2 minutes. Let me go grab my food real quick because I'm not going to be able to make it through coverage if I don't eat some supper. So I will be right back. All right, y'all. I'm back with my food. I got me a nice supper. Caesar salad and rolls, salad rolls. So decent. I'll take it. Food's food. Let me just go ahead and go through all this stuff real quick. Yeah, we've got a good potential for tornadoes. I can tell you that. Give it about 2 hours. We'll see. We'll see what happens in about 2 hours. I'm probably going to keep saying that, honestly. It depends on how long these storms really take to go. Which in this area, I don't even know the probabilities for tornadoes out here. It is a 2 and a 5%. So out here, probably not that much. But at least tornado wise. But out here, you know, give it another hour, because man, that is if we don't actually see that watch here, probably about, I'd say 8, or not 8. Holy crap, like 6:05. Then that's gonna be crazy. There is a very high chance that it's a squall line late tonight, Marcus. But we'll see. I'll probably be discreet forming into a squall line. Yeah, this is a PDS severe warning. Yeah. It is a PDS severe. It's life-threatening. SPC puts a life-threatening tag on it. 2.75-inch hail. I wonder if that might decrease the threat, Catman. Because that cloud cover has prevented over mixing from occurring. So I wonder if that might decrease the threat. But honestly, I think that it's going to increase it. I think our temperatures are low enough, so some clearing probably won't hurt. Like I said, y'all, I'm eating, so that's why the camera's off. And there's a lot of pauses between sentences. No, I'm eating Italian pasta salad and rolls too. Like I forgot what it's called. I'm eating food. Man, you are not close. You are not close at all. Let me look for any rotation. Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, he would. He's not planning on joining us at all today. He is probably going to be asleep at 10:30. Oh, for sure, Catman. For sure. I've been looking at it to see if it fixes what it's messed up so much, and no. It hasn't. Oh, it's probably... Is that too much, Catman? Because that's probably on the lower side right now. Because we're expecting like 4K. Maybe not in western Oklahoma, but definitely in like southern Kansas, where the enhanced is. No, he just has he's had school all day today, and he's got work tonight, so he gets up at like 8 o'clock, goes straight to school, and works till 10. Or like 9:30. I forget. I didn't ask when he gets off. Typically, it's about 10 though. No, this is a fake hook. Unless there's rotation in the upper levels, which there's not. Is that watch out yet? That watch has like 5 more minutes to come out, and if it doesn't come out within 5 minutes, I believe that 5% verified to where that watch won't be issued. We'll see. Let me check if it's out at all. Nope. Typically, this is not scanning 5,600 feet up. What are you talking about, Pez? Also elevated? Let me see. This is probably not elevated. It's very close to elevated. It's between... It's one or the other. The dew point spread is about 16 degrees, so it's close to elevated. Alright, is that, Okay, yeah, that's no longer PDS. Unhide my camera, and I'm gonna flop y'all over here. And hide this camera. There you go. 3D. Okay, let me see. Pez, I don't even think you know how to determine if a storm's elevated or not. Really cool 3D, holy crap. This would be awesome to see in real life, gotta say that. I mean, that looks crazy. Big old storm. There ain't any rotation on it right now, though. So that is a good thing. Man, this storm would be dead by the time I even get to Tennessee. I can tell you that. I wouldn't even leave Virginia by the time that thing is done. The low is farther south into Oklahoma on the meso analysis. Oh, Colorado. I was going to say, holy crap, what? Dang, our main severe threat would probably be like the Gulf of Mexico if that were the case. Ooh, that's tough. Oh, that's tough. They just issued a severe watch. That's tough. Yikes. You'll see that severe watch come through here shortly. Watch it appear. Western Illinois could have a couple tornadoes tomorrow. So I'd be hyper weather aware. I'd be hyper weather aware everywhere except for probably actually I think all of Illinois is in a risk. Yeah, if you're anywhere in Illinois. This small area in the marginal risk, you still want to be weather aware, but it's on the lower side. Peoria? You're from where Caleb is. Yeah, so I would definitely be weather aware there because we could see a tornado or two there. So I would keep an eye out. Right now, the main risk is hail followed by winds, but the tornado threat is definitely still present. And they could change this. You could be upgraded or maybe even downgraded. You never know. But I would definitely be weather aware. But even though this is like quite a big threat for severe weather, even within this full radius, there's just a 5% chance. So 5% chance within that full radius. So it's not a very large threat. So nothing to be very worried about or worried about at all. Just be weather aware and you will be fine. Make sure all those severes are still the same. Do you think I could get added to the enhanced? I mean, it's always possible because I'm not the SPC, but I don't see it being a possibility. Personally, like, I don't think it's possible. But it's always a possibility because it's the SPC, so... I'm not the SPC. I'm nowhere close as to knowledgeable with weather as they are. I have some towers, but I couldn't care. Couldn't care less. I've checked the satellite, Catman. I've been watching it for like the last 3 hours. Really started watching it an hour and a half ago, and they're gonna miss me. So we'll continue to watch this storm here. That threat does seem to be decreasing, but the storm looks weakened and weakening. Can't English. It's on a weakening trend. Welcome, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for tuning in. See, instead of dead quiet, I can just mute my mic. Because I'm eating, like I said. I don't like to do this on stream frequently, but you have to do it some days. I try to have a friend cover something for me, and just no one's available right now, so rip. Yeah, there's a big negative shortwave over like Texas and Oklahoma. That's the big negatively tilted shortwave there. All right, let's see. So there's that watch. Again, severe watch, not a tornado watch. Wow. Oh my word. That is crazy. It's like just a hail threat, and that's like it. A hail threat, maybe a wind threat, and a very brief tornado. That's it. Dang. Wow. Honestly, hold on here. Let me see the models real quick. Yeah, HRRR is showing trash. Then again, the HRRR is quite trash for this type of threat. We'll see. I don't even know when Ian was. Ian was 2022, right? I think it was. I'm not the best with hurricanes whatsoever. Like, at all. Alrighty. Yeah, there's that watch now. They just issued that. We already saw that one. We shall see. There's nothing interesting on velocity at all. This is velocity right here. You can see there's nothing in sense of rotation ongoing at all. It is still warned for 2-inch hail, 70 mile an hour winds as well. Actually, they just downgraded that. You saw them downgrade that as I clicked it. So it's considerably weaker. The dry line is trash. Not sure what you're looking at exactly, Catman. Because it looks like a great dry line to me. Caleb, Parliament typically leaves for like 6 months at a time, so the fact that we've gotten him in streams multiple times in the last month is a miracle. I saw that, Blondie. I saw that. Welcome to the stream. I barely saw the T at the beginning. I didn't see if you did a typo or not. Welcome to the stream. You caught me in the middle of my supper break. Oops, just hit my mic. Zario, welcome to the stream. What's up? Glad to have you here. Man, why are the regular viewers joining as I'm eating? Likely the dry line, our moisture source just isn't that quite that the greatest. Oh my word, I can't read. Likely isn't the dry line, our moisture source just isn't quite the greatest. Otherwise than that would be lighting up like New Year's Eve. I mean, our moisture is far up there already. It just might not be a sharp gradient dry line. Which is probably why we're not seeing it light up like New Year's Eve, like you said. But also the capping. The capping is a big issue today. That is a big issue today, I can tell you that. Which I didn't think the capping would be that strong, but it is at like 200, so it's crazy. All right, let me see here. Ah, I knew Nightbot would get Elizabeth. Man, timeout Nightbot for that, mods. Preferably, oh yeah, we have 2 mods here, yeah. I was gonna say Parliament or Blondie. I know Catman's a lurking. All right, let's see these storms over here in Virginia. That's quite a it's quite a hail core there. Oh no, 24 hours? Oh boy. All right, maybe we decrease that to like 1 minute. Not that much now. Nightbot is quite the necessity because then you can't use the commands. I think it's safe to say the cap's broken in Nebraska. Better hurry up and finish eating before stuff just explodes. TR, did you have to pay for your certificate for Sky One? Is it free? It was free for me. It was free. You talking about Blondie? No. How long did you time her out for? Because if you timed her out for a long time, then I can just revert it to like 30 seconds. Catman. Honestly, then I'm be real. I don't know why they issued that mesoscale discussion at 95% because the ingredients were not the best at all. Like we looked at the wind shear and there's like 50 wind shear in effect, 50 helicity, and that's not enough. And the mid level's barely present. Let's see. Give me just a moment. Alrighty. So we'll continue to watch it. The cap does not show on Radar Mega, no. The best way to determine cap is to go on the meso analysis. At least from what I've seen, really. Or you can look at observed soundings. There's a few ways to tell. There's a few ways to tell how the cap's the worst. Or where the cap is the worst. I look at meso analysis. Nightbot's gonna keep getting you, Elizabeth. Nightbot is gonna keep getting you. Connor should be live. Connor should be live. Connor. Roth. Dang it! You push it back to 7 o'clock. Dang it! Man! Well. Dang. Okay, I'm gonna time out Blondie for 10 seconds so that way she can get back in here. Hopefully that will get Blondie in here in 10 seconds. I hope. If not, then I'll upgrade her to managing moderator. Well, glad to have you here, Martin. Again, you've caught me in the middle of eating. I've been caught in 620p. I meant 720. Did I say 620? 720p. Or 1080. I don't know. What resolution is your stream at? It's at some resolution. Catman over here timing out moderators. I'm almost done eating, y'all. Not a lot has happened. As I've been eating, we've just had storms weaken, so as of now we're still in a good. We're still good. This will probably be my last break for like a good hour at minimum, probably 2. So you've probably seen me, you've probably had to deal with me eating on stream for like three streams now. I used to not eat on streams at all. Like I used to just eat and time it perfectly. But today we went live really early, so it interfered with my supper. Normally I try to go live at that's like 5:30, 6 o'clock, but today we went live at what, 3:40-ish? Oh, I have, Elizabeth. I've taken my sweet time. That's why it's taking me like 50 minutes. Alright. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me like probably 3-ish minutes this time. A little bit longer. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's go see what I've missed. Let's go through this. Take a sip of water. Pez, thanks for continuing your membership. Alrighty. Oof. So let's go ahead and see here. Ooh. Well, this one is starting to get interesting, but it's going into a radar hole, so yay! Yay! I don't work at any weather centers. First off, I'm not a degreed meteorologist. I'm not a degreed meteorologist by any means. And, also, I feel like just working on YouTube, and it's really what I want to do is I want to be here on YouTube and then storm chase. I want to be able to storm chase eventually, sometime in the near 300 years. It's what it feels like. So, yeah. The plan is to storm chase, become a full-time chaser. Sometime in the near, like I said, 100 years. Maybe 300. 100 years might be pushing it. Elizabeth, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, we're really starting to see a lot of storms fire up here on in Nebraska. Yeah, this one's looking interesting, but like I said, the radars are just terrible here. What I was wanting to wonder is if that's something trying to rotate, but it's not. I mean, it's dying out. That's what it's doing. It's dying out. At least right now. Rapidly exploded, and now it's probably going to start to fade out, honestly. We'll see. We will see. Oh, Blondie's still timed out? Oh my goodness. Come on. Let's see. I don't even know if that's gonna work. Gotta go all the way up here just to find her chat. There we go. Let's upgrade to... Let's see, I think I have to get rid of her moderation first, and then add it. There you go. Hopefully that works. I think Catman did like 10 hours or something. Yeah, the northern mode, I don't know if you saw it earlier, but they had a 95% chance MCD for an area that has like barely any shear. In the mid-levels, it has like 50 helicity in the mid-levels. They put a 95% chance for a tornado watch. Then they got rid of that MCD and they replaced what was going to be a tornado watch, you know, that MCD, with a severe thunderstorm watch. 2.5-inch hail and 60-70 mile per hour winds there. A tornado or two may also occur. So very low tornado threat on the northern end right now. Honestly, I'm surprised that didn't affect the overall 10 sig tor risk. So this is a very weird, very weird look to it, but this is where your 10 sig is. It's in this whole area here. That's your 10 sig. So if you live in that shaded color, anywhere in this shaded color, it's a 10 sig. It's very weird on GR Earth, but that's it. Let's see here. Honestly, I'm curious to see how today plays out, because it's very much split on the model runs. If we get anything that fires in Oklahoma, that's where, or I should say Oklahoma into central or south central Kansas, that's where our significant tornado threat will probably be the highest. But not a lot of models have that convecting. So I'm curious to see if we're even going to get any tornadic activity today. But strong tornadoes are possible. That is definitely present. Let me get rid of tomorrow's risk on here. Let me get rid of that, because that's probably confusing to y'all. My apologies for keeping that up. I was looking at, I think, Peoria, Illinois last time. Yeah, this is just, like, what? I don't even know how to English. I don't even know how to tell y'all how fast this storm is weakened. I'll just, like... Jaw dropped right there. Like, wow. I don't know exactly where our triple point is. Let's see. It should be generally over, let me see. Should be generally over like probably northwest. It's tricky. I can't really tell. There's two different low pressures. Our main low pressure looks to be over northern Colorado with the cold front and the dry line. And then another low pressure seems to have our warm front. So from what I'm looking at here, there isn't a triple point right now. If one were to set up, it would probably be near central Nebraska or southern South Dakota. Like more of central, yeah, central Nebraska. Maybe western Nebraska. Let me look at surface observations. That would be a good idea. Let's see here. My word. I want to get a more recent surface observation, not one from freaking 3 hours ago over here. All right, let's go to College of DuPage. Let's go to... How often does this update? Let's go to our... Let's see, what's going to be able to determine this? Man. Oh, I forgot College of DuPage is having issues. Man, so I can't even tell with College of DuPage. Dang it. Wow. Yeah, I think it's in central Nebraska, but honestly, I can't tell. College of DuPage has been having issues. The National Weather Service has really been having issues as a whole. Their radars were down last night, overnight, and then their satellite imagery was down, and then they were having issues, I think, with one other thing that I can't remember. So they've been having some issues. Alright, see you later, Pez. Good luck. Sure. I can attempt to pull up water vapor. Let's see if it lets me. Let's see. Should we do mid-level or upper level? Or lower level, I should say. I'd imagine upper level is probably going to be the better one here. I'll just show you all of them. I need to use water vapor way more often because it's like one of the best products. So that's your upper level, and there's your lower level. And then my favorite personally is the mid-level. And yeah, you can see there's definitely a trough in place. You can see your big trough here. And like I said, there's probably a negatively tilted shortwave. We looked at the meso analysis. It's somewhere along Texas, Oklahoma, New Mexico, right in there. We got a quite sharply negatively tilted shortwave. And then there's our water vapor imagery, of course. So that's... let me overlay this with the risk. It's about the instability. So that's yeah, that's your low pressure. Your main low pressure should be centered generally up here with your dry line extending like this, and then you have another low pressure over generally here with a cold front, and then your let's see, your warm front. Don't exactly know where that's located, but it should be right here. I should be able to see that easily with the water vapor. I think I see it, but I just want to double check before I draw it. Yeah, so your warm front exactly where the instability axis is here. So very sharp downwards, and then up and out like this. Generally like that. So there you go. So your warm front and your cold front right here is very, very close to each other. Generally like that. And then again, this is your dry line. So you've got a double low pressure. And yeah, you could see just like what you were just talking about there. Exit region of our jet stream max is getting ready to pass over the north central plains. It sure is. That's what's initiating those storms. That is what's initiating these storms right here, actually. At least from what I can tell, that's what's really, that's your forcing mechanism. That's what's getting them to go here. Also, of course, your cold front and your dry line as well. Depending on where you want to look at. Up here, it would be your cold front. And it transitions into a dry line a bit more to the south. And then, like I said, dew point shouldn't be much of an issue. You've got a very large area of solid dew points. With the exception of up here in South Dakota. I mean, you're in probably the low 40s here, I would say. Probably in the low 40s. And then in Nebraska, that's probably another reason why they decided to go for the severe watch, regardless of the 95% chance of a tornado watch. Man, I wish I could contact Blondie somehow, but I haven't, I don't think she's in our Discord at all. I'm not sure if she even has Discord. Catman. Typically, timing them out for 10 seconds erases the previous timeout. Oh my goodness, I need to close these tabs. Holy crap, I'm getting lost in my tabs. Oh my goodness, much better. Oof. That is a relief. Wow, we don't have any mesoscale discussions. We went from like 5 mesoscale discussions to 0. I canceled them all, man. All of them. I want to take another look at mesoanalysis. I shouldn't have closed that one. Mesoanalysis. I swear, whenever oh, there it is. My word. It's like whenever I need to get to mesoanalysis fast, I just can't. Gracious, that's... Yeah, your main low pressure is definitely over... like extreme northeastern Colorado, southwestern Nebraska. 990 low. Yeah, it's terrible, Nazario. It is terrible. Also, they're having major issues with the GFS model as well. I can't give her a check mark. But I gave her the managing moderator, so... Just demote. Maybe if we demote Catman, that'll work. See, I have no way to tell, though, if she's, like, in the stream trying to chat or not. Because she could just not be here, you know? So I don't know. Alright. By the way, here we go. Famous thumbnail quote. Yep. Yeah, here we go is in what? Nothing's gonna happen? The only reason why I put strong tornadoes on my thumbnail is because SPC said it, but now... Well, I mean, tonight doesn't look much better, really. Like, being realistic, our main risk doesn't look so main to me. I mean, if we just bring the HRR out, which has not handled this convection well at all, like I've said and denoted in the past. I mean, it looks like nothing's going to happen tonight at all, so. We'll see, though. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, NATOcast has gone 15 sig for some weird reason. Don't know what NATOcast is doing. It's going off of probably, well, I know what model it's going off of, but it's got to be also the NAM model as well. A mix of the worst model runs. Oh, are we seeing stuff in South Dakota now? Oh, finally! Took 20 years. It's still nothing over the top at all. Just a bunch of lightning, rain, and maybe small hail. Very small hail. A lot of lightning, though. That lightning activity is definitely increased, so... It's definitely getting here, I guess. I guess we're about to see some thunderstorms here. We definitely are seeing ignition of it, for sure. You can see that in Nebraska. Let me zoom in for that. Above my face cam, you all look up there. You can see it in Nebraska. South Dakota. Right here. Definitely starting to see some thunderstorms for sure. Taking a bit longer, though, than I was expecting. Hello, Levi. Welcome to the stream. But that's where stuff's firing. We'll see if anything fires back to the south. I'm unsure if anything's going to fire here. I would say probably not. Is there a CU field in place? There's a very weak CU field. If I don't even think I would call that a CU field. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, the Mid-Atlantic performed great. Honestly, though, the enhanced risk definitely could have been shifted to the northwest. I saw that right when storms fired. I was like, I'm next up. They could probably shift that up to Washington, but instead they shifted it more to the east and to the south, and as well as off to the southwest. So I'm surprised. Very, very surprised. But we actually could do a loop of that. So if we go out here, is another thing that's fantastic about College Dew page. You could do the watches and the warnings here. I'll switch all over to this so that way we can at least see something interesting today. Let me just load this up real quick. Right there, yep. So we start getting severe warnings. I'll back that up to load it up more. And you can see how well this performs. So there's all those little yellow polygons you see are severe warnings. You can see all of them that get issued. And it really blows up right when we went live, like just a couple minutes after we went live. That's when it really exploded. And we had a lot of severes up there. Most of them were normal. What the heck was that? Look at that. Wow, that's a lot of bats. That's a lot of bats there. Wow. No, that's actually the outage. That's the big outage that happened last night. That's what that is. A lot of the radars went down. It was a lot of them. I don't know exactly how many went down, but I know it was a lot of them. Let's see if we've got anything new here. Oh, that said Mechanicsville. I thought that said Martinsville. I was like, wait, what? Why did my weather radio not go off? Like I said, honestly, the enhanced risk easily could have been shifted more to the northwest. But it really did perform. I mean, it performed way better than what the HRR said. That's for sure. Way better. And then if we go back out here, we got to do the pretty much the whole U.S. to see back out west. Out here, I mean, you can see that we've had like 4 severes. Just that one cluster, and it's... is there still a severe active over there? Oh, 6 more minutes, and it's moved outside of the severe. Okay. Yeah, and you can see Nebraska's starting to go for sure. So it's definitely starting to get going, but it's only taken, you know, forever. Honestly, the nocturnal risk, I don't think is going to be that promising. I mean, that lower level jet is going to have to do some miracles. Like, it is going to have to do some miracles out there. I know a lot of people who are targeting South Central Kansas today. And that does not look good at all. If you're looking for photogenic storms or even to get a single picture of a storm, you don't want to go there because storm initiation in South Central Kansas is probably going to be about 10 p.m. local. If we even see any initiation out there. Let's see here. Weird fact from the National Weather Service in Wilmington, Ohio. A record high temperature was set today. The temperature in Cincinnati reached 85 degrees this afternoon, breaking the old record of 84 degrees set back in a very much recognizable 1976. That was broken today. Let's see here. Bats everywhere. Yeah, most of those, if not all of it, was not bats at all. Typically, you can't see bats from MRMS, which is what I was using there. Yeah, this is still warned, but like I said, storms moved outside the area. It'd be interesting. I wonder what individual National Weather Services are saying. I may go look at their area forecast discussions. We'll see what happens today, though. I mean, these storms don't look promising right now at all. But let's give them some time, shall we? But this doesn't seem like a an outbreak by any means. Like I said, it's either gonna go one of two ways. It's either gonna be a really it could go two ways. Like I said, either we're gonna see like a crazy outbreak, or we're gonna see absolutely nothing. Or we could see in the middle, maybe 2-3 tornadoes. Which, I mean, I would definitely go for the lower end of this. I would definitely go for the lower end of this threat for sure. I mean, Virginia is the only place that we're receiving severe warnings right now. Which Richmond's actually in a severe warning, so 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds out there in Richmond, Virginia. But like I said, all of these, except for like one, maybe two of them, have been just normal severes. I know we had one considerable, but I don't know if we had another one. I mean, you're standing at 86 over 56 in South Central Nebraska. I should say more of South Central, yeah. Let me use that site that updates like every single 5 minutes for surface analysis. If I saved it, I bet I didn't, because I'm stupid. Let's see if I can find it. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. That's the CSU. Nope. That's not it as well. Yeah, I probably didn't save it. I gotta learn to save stuff. Never gonna learn, am I? I keep it all in like an alt account VMs. But I lose them fast. I need to just put a bunch of them in like a text file or something. These kind of look like mini supercells almost. That's what it looks like to me. They look like little tiny supercells, but they are definitely not supercells. Like they are very much scaled down storms. Let's see. Quickly check this. How close are we? It's because of self-promotion standards. We don't like to mention or talk about any other channels here, just to avoid drama, as well as just to really avoid drama. What about the eastern panhandle of northern Texas? Is anything going on there? Because that looks like an interesting area, but I don't think so. I don't think anything's happening there. Wow, guys, look at these high risk storms. Twitter said this would be high risk. Look at this. These are crazy. They're ridiculous, man. They are crazy. Yeah, today's an enhanced risk, though. You can see that enhanced risk in place right here. And we did just get our first severe. Our first severe is in place. So we'll keep an eye on that. That is in a Mullen, Nebraska? Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that storm. It is severe. What is a severe storm for? Like freaking light rain? 1.25 inch hail. Where are... What? How is that producing 1.25 inch hail? That's like a Virginia rain shower. Like, that's... I'd be shocked if that's reporting hail. Or dropping hail, I should say. That would be insane. Do we have any cloud cover in Oklahoma still? Yeah, we do. Ooh. We got little wispy clouds going up in Kansas, but it's not anything crazy at all. Let's see here. Mine won't be done until Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday's your main threat, girl, Devin. It's not that big at all. It is not that big whatsoever. You didn't do anything, Nazario. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on the panhandle of Texas, western Oklahoma, because it looks like there's a weaker amount of capping in place. That's why I mentioned it. There's a like 1,500 cape uncapped out there. Let me zoom in. Yeah, in some areas it's actually 2,500 uncapped. We'll see. But definitely right now this is a low end threat. A whole one severe. Oosh. I don't know if I can cover this much. We definitely went live earlier, but like 6 o'clock was expected big storms. So we'll see what happens. All it takes is one storm, though, right? All it takes is one storm. And it goes from, a low-end risk to, wow, this is really performing. All it takes is one. And the big issue is we don't know where that one may be, which is why we got such a large 5% and 10%. And 10 sig, I should say. 10 sig, I should say. Like I mentioned earlier today, and like I mentioned yesterday, most people inside our risk today aren't going to see severe weather. A lot of y'all may see rain, thunder, lightning, some heavy rain, and then other people may see those severe storms, and then unfortunately a few may see the tornadic storms as well. But not everybody will be seeing severe weather today. But it's better to play it safe than sorry, which is why, like I said, it doesn't matter if you're in the marginal, slider, enhanced, you should be weather aware just in case. April 2nd was pretty big. March 14th was pretty big. April 1st was pretty big for hail, not so much on the tornadic side, but still present and for sure. April 2nd was like our first really big, widespread tornado outbreak. March 14th was a regional ridiculous outbreak. There's like the March 14th was crazy. We're up to 36 tornado reports on that day. which I'm a lot less of those, you know, those reports are going to be, some will be from the same storm. So like I've said before, it's not, we haven't seen like 38 or 36 tornadoes from that. But April 2nd was our first big one. I mean, we had tornadoes from Illinois to central Alabama. Let's see. Even a meteorologist I watch doesn't even know what's going to happen today. And it's best to just admit that because, you know, it's unpredictable. So a lot of people have no idea what's going to happen today. Everybody has no idea what's going to happen today. But we can get some idea of it. And our some idea of what might happen today is ridiculous because we really don't know. But these do look like mini supercells. I will say that. They look like mini supercells. So we'll see. I'm gonna move this out of Texas. Texas ain't doing diddly squat nothing. I'm gonna move this up to Kansas or Nebraska. I think I already have one in Nebraska. Yeah. Can I do a motion vector here? Yeah. None of them are rotating. Not in the upper levels. So yeah, nothing's rotating at all. But they may be the beginning stages of mini supercells. So we'll see. I don't even know if Blondie is still present or, yeah, like I said, I don't know. Cause see, if we did untime her out and she can chat again, which timing her out was an accident, of course, then, if she's not here trying to type, then we're not going to know. See here. There we go. A lot of weird stuff happening today. I can tell you that. A lot of stuff. That dry line's a bit further west, but then the ingredients seem to be a bit further to the east than the actual dry line, and feels like it's all over the place for today. Like I said on Twitter, it's going to be one of the most unique 3 days of severe weather in a while. Because all three, or even just today and tomorrow as a whole, could just be boom or bust. Which today hasn't busted. Right now it's significantly underperformed, but we'll see if anything happens. Let's see here. All right. We'll see what happens, y'all. I mean, they don't look all that impressive to me, but I mean, I'm not nearly as advanced as you are, so I mean, I could tell that they're very much micro, like that micro scale. Because it's extremely blurry, I will allow it, Caleb. You can't even tell what it is. It does not look like me, and also because it's you. Did they update that? Oh, no, they didn't. Holy crap, that cap is just being stupid. It's uncapped in Nebraska now. But I don't really think that's going to matter with the minimal wind shear we have in place. It is heavily capped in all of Texas, except for the extreme eastern portion of the panhandle. And western Oklahoma also is uncapped. But man, we're going to have to see this cap really just vanish. if we are to actually see severe weather today in Oklahoma. Let's see here. Are you talking about these little, like the little notches here? Like that? Let's see. Because I'm pretty sure V notches are associated with an updraft, right? Again, like I said, I don't know everything about weather, so I still got to learn. That's the thing about weather. Like I said, I chose this field because there's so much to learn about it. You'll always find something new. The storm itself looks like a sideways V. Oh man, I don't want to tilt my head today. Let's see. Sideways V, I mean, you're not wrong, that's for sure. You can definitely see that. Sideways V. This one really, that's like a very sideways V. I definitely do see it, for sure. I didn't know that that existed. Oh, did a special weather statement happen? Oh, water bottle. Oh no, Caleb's turned into a cat now. Man, I recognize you by your profile picture, so now that you changed it, I'm probably not going to recognize you as Caleb. It's normally how I recognize people. That's how I recognized How Close Are We in different chats and a lot of my other fans and other chats as well. Let's see. Is there a fire in New Mexico? Let me go look at that. I want to look at that from radar. This is all like none of this looks like a fire. Just say north. Yeah, maybe if I use this radar, I'll be able to see it better. Man, these radars aren't gonna help. All right, satellite it is. Let's look at satellite. Dang, that is a big fire. Yikes. It's a big fire happening right there. It'd be nice if Call of Duty Page actually kept some more archive of their radar, but it was down for a while, so not fun. But yeah, you can see that fire. For sure. It's above my face cam, by the way, y'all. Right here. Let me go down here. Alright. Is that a Space Force facility? Wow, that's not good. Are you sure it's a fire? I mean, it's definitely a fire. I can tell you that. Unless it's not. I want... that's... It's gotta be fire, right? Because that's how it... Yeah, that's definitely fire. Yeah, and there's more fires to the south, too. Hold on, do I have a better product for this? This really is only useful at night, so that's not going to help at all. But it's, I need more of a loop. Let's go to Tropical Tidbits. Typically, I like a nice, crisp 200 frame loop to see if it's a fire or not. I don't like to try to spot fires from satellite, but typically it's easy. This is one of those cases where it's like, wait a second. So if I could just get a closer zoom of it. and a longer view of it, that'd be great. It is, let's see. It looks like a fire to me. I'll just go over here on a website that can confirm fires and see if there's a fire on it. I don't see one. I actually don't see one. See you later, Nazario. Thank you so much for tuning in. Connor's live. Sweet. I don't see anything. But it definitely behaves like a fire. Like, the satellite looks like a fire, and it looks like smoke to me, so... But, I mean, there's nothing detected on that. That is a very difficult thing. Do we have more frames? Because, like, look, I'll switch all over here. This is a clear as day fire. You can see a fire's definitely started here. So that's a clear as day fire right there. Oh, actually more to the north. Yeah, right there you can see that fire does start up and that's smoke. So there's definitely fires like here and probably some generally over there as well. But that, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. But I'm not massive on fire, so... since it's near like an Air Force base or a military base there, I just checked it. It was a space harbor. I'm kind of thinking that it's not fire, but I mean, we'll see reports on like media coverage if there's anything. But I want to check this storm because this is severe coverage. But thank you for pointing that out. That's unique. Like I said, normally typically it's easy to spot. It's easy to spot fires on satellite, but it's in such a unique area that I'm questioning it. Now, see, that's what's going to be able to get our storms going right there. If we could see something fire off that, and that's what will be interesting. We'll watch that. Watch that boundary. Where's your explosive development, Catman? Where is this per se explosive development? Let's see. Not there. Now we got our chaser with us. I want to see where he's located for today. See what Connor's up to. Let's also check over here. There we go. So let's see here. Make sure that's muted. We are good. Oh, explosive tops. Yes, I see those. They are starting to definitely try to explode again. And that one really exploded. I'm just curious to see if any can maintain. That's the key factor here. That already has a big hail spike. They just upgraded that. Yeah. That already has a big hail spike. You can see this very much a notable hail spike with it here. There's your hail core going right through the hail spike, so you know it's a hail spike there. CC is also there as well. So that's quite the storm right there. Quite a few severes have reignited out here in Virginia. We're back up to 6 severes out. Actually, 5 severes out here. And even a special weather statement north of Louisville. So we'll keep an eye on these storms. Hey, that one's near me. Looks like I have some sort of boundary setting up near me. Look at that. Look at that. Maybe a little bit of a boundary setting up right near me. So we'll keep an eye. Our main storm is this one right now in Texas. We'll keep an eye on that one in Girth, Texas. And then this one's also severe for 1.25 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, but these aren't interesting just yet. So we'll really keep an eye on that one. That's the one I'm most interested in. Got a nice crisp 1 minute unskippable ad on Connor's feed. He is in Pratt, Kansas. Pratt, Kansas. Ooh, Kansas. Ooh, unique. Interesting. It's gonna be a tricky forecast for Kansas. That's a tricky area. I can tell you that. That is where Connor's located, though. Right there. I didn't even see it, really. I wasn't paying attention to what it was about. I had it up. I wasn't watching it, though. Let's see here. Man. Our next SPC update here is not that far away. There we go. I think they'll remove the SIG. The 10 SIG? Yeah, man. Yeah, that'd be a doozy. The potential today is high, but the storm's actually firing is not. That's not high at all. So we'll see. But we do have Connor here, so we'll see what Connor decides to do. But it's probably gonna be nocturnal, so I'm kind of surprised that that they've targeted that area just simply because of the nocturnal threat as opposed to the actual daytime threat. We'll see. Ooh, such rapid development. Oof. Takes 3 hours. 3 hours. They start firing at probably 9:30, 10 o'clock, and then it takes all the way until midnight. Maybe even 1 a.m. before they start to get severe. Yikes. You see, these are going to grow quite upscale here in an hour, and then cluster up rapidly at 9, and then that's when your all hazards threat goes from, like, small to none. And then that's when there's your other severe threat, which should be small to none. And your other storm that should be small to none over there, severe-wise. And then here's your storms in Texas that are just trying to do something, but are probably just going to faint and do absolutely nothing. And nothing convex in Oklahoma, Texas on the new HRRR. Not looking promising for a 10 sig risk by any means. Not looking promising at all. There might be a little bit of a puff over there in Kansas. If we get a discrete storm in Kansas, that's bad. If we get a storm that fires up here near Dodge City, we are not gonna have a good time, hate to tell you. But if we get a storm that fires, like the sweet spot would be 8:30 Eastern. That would be the sweet spot. If we get a storm that fires like right around the time frame of 8:30 Eastern, that would be a ridiculous scenario. Chances of us seeing that is near zero. I don't know if any model run actually depicts that occurring or not. Let's see here. Oh, they did just upgrade that to 70-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. Let's go over here. There you go. That's considerable again. Not again, but another considerable. Again, you can see that hail core. So they just upgraded that 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Southeast Kansas, nothing's going to get going in Southeast Kansas. Now, if you're talking about Southwest Kansas, oh, there it is, Southwest. Yeah, I'm already watching that. See that above my face cam? That's what I just said. I said there was a little blimp there. That. Just the tiniest little poof. And if that happens, and that happens to develop, which we know it takes about, depending on the environment, it takes about an hour to 2 hours for a storm to get going here. After we see the little poof, then we'll see what happens. That is what we like to call severe weather, Caleb. And if they upgrade it to enhanced, there's a very high likelihood they'll cancel schools. At least in Illinois. Schools have different, like, criterias for it. Like, here in Virginia, our school's closed for, like, a slight risk. It's like a slight risk. It's stuff's debating on closing. Same goes for snow. If we get like 2 inches of snow, it's like everything shuts down all of a sudden. It's like we are just babies when it comes to snow and severe weather over here. And then the deep south is like, yeah, we only close for moderates and high risks. Not here. The level 2 out of 5 will do it. At least where I am. Speaking of a level 2 out of 5, I'm under that. Yeah, I'm not getting anything. I was not expecting much today, so when I saw that I was in the severe watch, I was like, what? Why? It expires in just under 3 hours, so that's going to be 11 p.m., I think, Eastern. Or 10 p.m., I can't do math. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. We did get a second severe up here in another radar hole. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That is starting to develop a bit of a hail core again. So a lot of hail cores. That definitely seems to be the main threat right now. But we'll wait and see what happens. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on these ones in Texas. Those are probably the most interesting right now. So like I said, Connor is in Pratt, Kansas, which is like south central Kansas. We'll see if anything manages to convect out there. The 18Z NAM has stuff firing up at about 9, closer to 10 o'clock. Oh, the new NAM actually has convection in the Panhandle of Texas tonight. That would be bad. Interesting. Interesting. We'll see. How close are we? That's because you mentioned a channel name. That's against our rules. And once a mod gets you for it, just accept it and drop it. That's how it should be. My word. I just saw something on Twitter. They put just an image of a storm in south central Kansas, and it just there's a big puff cloud on it. Oh, that's great. That's a good one. It's from someone on Twitter. Twitter has its ups and downs. Let's see here. I do not think we're gonna see stuff convect in Kansas. Oh my goodness, the satellite went down for like another 20 minutes. No, it didn't. Why didn't it load? I don't know why it didn't load there. Weird. Do we have the meso floater thingamabobber? We do. So look, we are gonna get 1 minute updates now. I didn't realize that was present. Oh, that's always so awesome. I wish it had. Oh, it does have flashes, lightning flashes with it. I think the GLM flash density is the best one. Oh no, it's the GLM flashes. That's the best one. This one. Look at this loop. Watch this. This is how you know your storms really ignite. Look at this. They absolutely exploded. This is every minute. Every minute. So that is crazy. Crazy explosion there. Oh yeah, Twitter wanted this to be a high risk, man. Twitter said that this would be a high risk and a moderate, and I don't see anyone who said that before talking now. It's not that you called him by his name. It's that you said, "Are you going live?" Which requires him to, you know, obviously say, "Yeah, I'm going to go live at this time." And that's considered a promo. Let's see here. Listening to Connor here. Connor keeps saying we have cumulus going up. Yeah, it's not going to matter if you have a bunch of cabin in place. Not really going to matter if you've got a bunch of capping in place. Which actually, I don't exactly know if this particular region has a capping in place. Yep, it does. Of course it does. Everywhere has a capping in place. What place doesn't have a good capping in place here? Let me look at mesoanalysis. Maybe that will have a more accurate update. Yeah, I'm gonna go off of mesoanalysis because College of Do page is glitching, so the capping hasn't updated on that. Where this particular poof is in southwest Kansas, there's no capping in place, but there's also very little instability. So if it starts moving eastward, then it will probably have a chance to do something. But if it stays moving north, it's probably just gonna fade right out. It'll most likely just fade right out and not do anything. But we'll see. Because there was other little cumulus that tried to get going. This one's probably the best attempt to it. Maybe the second best attempt to it. We'll see if it does anything. No, how close are we doesn't know what they're doing wrong. See, that's the issue. If you don't know what you're doing wrong, then how can you avoid from doing it? So that's why I'm trying to explain it. That's why I always recommended with our Discord server frequently checking back in the rules and I should get Nightbot to display our rules like every 30 minutes or something. I don't know if I do that. I'm pretty sure a mod has to do exclamation rules, so I probably should get Nightbot to do that. Let's see here. Yes, there is a way. That's the only thing Nightbot's useful for. Other than that, Nightbot's garbage. No offense to anybody who created it, by the way. You happen to be watching this stream, Nightbot is fantastic. It's just the fact that it can't determine when the caps is like, you know, it's an AI, so it's like, okay, is this caps like, are you capitalizing your letters, or is this caps as in you're spamming? And most of the time, see, it would get like Catman, like if Catman does LOL with capital. If I had it to 3 characters, it would get Catman for that, but I have it to 5 caps, I think, which fixed it, but it was much worse before. It's still rough. Let's see here. Ooh, a little puff in Texas now, the Panhandle of Texas. We're literally watching clouds at this point. I didn't get Legacy. Legacy had said hello. Nightbot's doing favoritism. Oh, Pez. Hold on a second. Let's see here. Give me just a moment. All right. Oops, can't spell. Still can't spell. There we go. All right. Let's check this real quick. Catman, I got a question for you since you're like the best weather enthusiast here, the most knowledgeable one, in my opinion. Unless there's someone in here who's chatting who's a meteorology, has a meteorology degree, or is a student. But what do you think about this? What do you think about that? You think we'll see any convection there? If you look up at my face cam, I could zoom in more. Because I noticed some little puffs there and like a little, maybe a little field trying to develop or something here. Like right here. Generally. Like that. Wonder if we'll see any initiation there at all. Oh yeah, for sure, girl dev. I would get a lot of sleep tonight just in case your threat's upgraded tomorrow. But tonight you're good. You're perfectly fine to go to sleep for sure. For sure. I think Catman left us. I think we have been ditched by Catman, y'all. Oh, never mind. He's there. Never mind, never mind, never mind. I said nothing. The cap's already broken. I'm pretty sure that area already has a broken cap. If not, it's a very thin amount of capping. It's either 2,500 cape with a bit of cap, or 3,000 to 3,500 cape with no cap. So there's a very minimal amount of cape, or minimal amount of cap, or not. My word. My word. That is dead wrong, Ben. Sorry, but it is dead wrong. We have a capping in place all the way from central Kansas into portions of southern Kansas, into all of central and eastern Oklahoma, into the majority of the entire state of central and eastern Texas, as well as all of Arkansas, Louisiana, northwest Mississippi, into southern Tennessee and southwestern Missouri. So there's quite the amount of capping in place, as well as right along the warm front, which extends up towards south central South Dakota, all the way down through portions of Virginia. There's a band of capping that's in place. Current wind shear should be decent. Should be decent. So we've got 50 knot effective shear. In the lower levels, we've got 20 to 25, which is surface to kilometer. Surface to 3 kilometer, you've got about 40. On the helicity side of things, your effective is about 250 to 300. In Texas, it's a whopping 400. Your surface to 1 is about 150 out there, 100, 150. And your surface to 3 is about 400. And it's about 600 in Texas. So quite a decent amount of shear in place. And then your mid-level jet stream here. You're looking at about around 50 to 60 knots, but I don't really trust mesoanalysis with that. Lower level jet is going to be plenty, 40, 45 knots. And then upper level is, of course, like 110. Or is that 90? That might be 90. Yeah, it's 90, not 110. Other way. So, yeah. Oh, I didn't check that. In that particular area, yeah, it's 80 over 64. But if it could fire more to the east, then it would be 74 over 64, which is perfection. So if it could fire a tad bit more east or move eastward with time, maybe. Maybe. Now, these little puffs out here in Kansas, I didn't even realize they're at like freaking 86.29 over here. So those are not in a favorable environment, dew point temperature side of things. Let's see here. Did they? Yep, they cut off a very large chunk of that severe watch a while ago. I'm surprised I haven't been cut off from that, considering there's like diddly squat nothing going on out here. So I'm surprised they didn't just drop this entire portion too. And be like, yep, nothing's over here. We did just get a severe warning up here. I just saw that get issued in Lagrange. Or Lagrange. Again, depends on how you say it. Lagrange. Depends on where it's located. Definitely a hail threat, an isolated wind threat. So we'll keep an eye on that. So that's 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1.25-inch hail. I think that's the first severe in Kentucky today, if I'm not mistaken. These storms in Texas, I can't tell how strong they look. I think they're looking on the weaker side of things. Also based on the warning being dropped to 1.5-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that hail core definitely is falling apart a bit. It is falling apart a little. Yeah, all it takes is one, Ben. All it takes is one. It only takes one storm to get going, and sometimes a storm can break through the cap. Depending on how strong it is. It depends on how strong that cap is. Typically, if it's like 50 or less, yeah, there's a possibility for a storm to pop through the cap. But if you're like 100 plus, it's pretty rare to see it go through that type of capping. And the capping we have in Oklahoma is like 250, 300. It's an enhanced risk for severe weather, so it's not that high end. It's a little over a mid tier. They did just upgrade that to 1.75, so that's your point right there. We've already seen 2.75 inch hail and multiple instances of 1.75 inch hail on these warnings. Multiple 70-mile-an-hour wind warnings as well. So that's your point. But your tornado threat really isn't expected to ramp up until the nocturnal side of things. So really starting at like 8, maybe even 9 Eastern. So, I mean, we're still in the early stages of this severe threat. Don't want to say outbreak. So we'll see what happens. See here. We'll see. We'll see. But we're going to stay here for a while longer for sure. We've already done our requirement here. Our requirement is 3 hours. Or at least the requirement that I like to set for us on the channel is 3 hours for an enhanced. I'm not paying maintenance pass. What? What, Caleb? You're saying you can only last like about an hour, maybe like an hour and a half? What? 8 o'clock? Man, I haven't gone to bed that early since, like, ever. I don't even think I went to bed that early since I was, like, not even a kid. Like, when I was a kid, it would be 9:30. 8 o'clock? When do you get up, Caleb? 2 a.m.? Or does your body just need that much sleep to function? My body doesn't need any sleep to function. I just go with however much I can get. I guess it technically does need sleep to function. I just don't need a lot of sleep. $11 on weekends? Bro. Are you a morning person, not a night owl? Oh, by the way, I recommend you guys look at the community post on the gaming channel. If you don't know how to get there, go to the homepage on this channel, and then on the featured feed, it says my gaming channel, which is like TRG Gaming, and then go to the community post on that. There's a little something there. Let's see here. So yeah, we'll see what the rest of today has to hold. So far, it's promising in the sense of this not playing out to be much. I have no idea, Mr. Snow. You'll have to keep up with your local meteorologist for that. Just, I don't track too much Canada weather. I don't see, maybe a little something on Wednesday for extreme southern Ontario, but for like Toronto, it ain't going to be that big of a threat, most likely. New MCD saying the severe risk continues. As of 23:15 UTC, regional radar and satellite imagery showed storms finally developing over the dry line. I like how they put finally. They're finally developing over the dry line. Likely driven by diurnal mixing west and broad circular plumes, or cirrus plumes rather. They have continued to struggle and or maintain at intensity over the last hour due to the remaining capping in place. Continue heating off to the west, and cloud bands may continue for additional storm development into the early evening and more intense forcing for ascent from the west. The environment remains capped, but moderately unstable instability of 2 to 2.5 thousand joules per kilogram, and dew points into the mid to upper 60s. Strong deep layer shear will support supercellular organization with any storms that are able to sustain given the moderate buoyancy and shear. Large hail will also be likely. The lower level flow is forecasted to increase. Thus, the tornado risk should increase with any more sustained supercells that develop in coverage. Let's see. However, it is uncertainty on how many storms will develop. The environment remains favorable for severe weather into this evening. More development is possible closer to sunset. I missed it. Let's see. Did Caleb say he's a night owl at all? I mean, I have to wake up at 7:30. Class starts at 7:45. True. So if I woke up at 7:30, I would plan on going to sleep probably at, let's see here. Probably about midnight. Maybe 11. But probably about midnight. 11 midnight if I had to wake up at 7:30. Man, 6 hours is, I can easily run off of 6 hours. A good amount of sleep for me, though, is 9 hours, but I easily run off of 6 hours. When there's big days like severe weather, I run off of 6 hours most of the time. And then when there's hurricanes, I run off of like 2. 11 hour, like 8-hour streams with 2 hours of sleep. So hurricanes are always a doozy. They typically make landfall. They're like terrible. They make landfall at like 2, 3 a.m. or 6 a.m. in the morning. It's like, ugh, come on. So you stay up late tracking it to see if it intensifies all the way till like 2 a.m. Then it makes landfall at 4 a.m. So you're like, well, might as well just get a bit of sleep while I can. Hurricanes are the worst for tracking. Such long duration storms. Man, I wish these would be better radar coverage. Not better radar coverage. They're terrible for radar coverage. Let's see. By the way, the MCD I read out for was for this tornado watch. That was for this tornado watch here that you're looking at in Texas into small portions of southwestern Oklahoma. So we'll see. I don't know how late I'm staying up tonight at all. I'll probably be live tomorrow at, I'll see how it looks at 10 a.m. or so. But I'll probably be live at about 1 or 2. Depends. We'll see. Ha! You underestimate my abilities, Mr. Snow. I have fallen asleep through so many thunderstorms and severe storms and even slept through 2 tornado warnings. Which, like I said, the one time, one time I was just knocked out because I knocked out and then the tornado warning was issued. So I was watching it, was severe warning, and then I passed out. And then I found out the next day, tornado warning when I went to sleep. And then the other time, we were having like a week of possible severe weather, like marginals, and one was a slight risk. I think it was early last year. Actually, no, I think it was mid to late 2022. And I ended up turning off my weather radio. I turned off my weather radio because I was like, you know what? Nothing's going to happen tonight. So I just turned off my weather radio. And sure enough, that night, the one night I turned off my weather radio, we had a tornado warning. What's this? That's like nothing, right, Catman? What is that? It's just puffs of cloud. At least from what I could tell. Look at it closely. All right. I'm looking at it. I'm still not seeing anything more than a puff of cloud. It might be a storm trying to fire, but that's a long shot. To what Catman said. It's aiding and clearing. Oh, well, now I see that. No, you said it. I still don't think much is going to happen in Oklahoma. I'd be surprised if we see much of anything in Oklahoma, honestly. But we'll see. Man, can't be getting this tired already. I'm not even tired. I just got the yawns. Yeah, severe in South Carolina. Yeah, I saw that. Because we watched Cumulus Fire, and this storm's been severe for a while. I mean, it was severe before, too. Looks like it went through a cycle. Now it's severe again. One inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll keep an eye on that one, but it's nothing over the top at all. A very orange sky. Well, I hope it's from the sun. I hope it is from the sun. And there shouldn't be another reason for it to be orange. Those storms are weakening, man. Still warned for 70 somehow. I'm surprised. I'm surprised with that. And what, is this one severe or two different severes? This is one severe. So this storm was not in the warning. So this is one severe storm, but there's actually two severe warnings for it because it's moved into another area now. Still considerable for 1.75 inch hail. Man. We'll see what happens. We shall see. It's an interesting threat. Go check over here real quick. So we'll continue to monitor this, and we'll see what plays out with this severe threat today. Right now, the tornado threat is a lot lower than anticipated. But we'll see in the nocturnal hours, because that's when we're really expecting it to ramp up. But we'll see if that even happens or not. I'm seeing more cumulus in Kansas, but I mean, it's nothing too over the top, to be honest. Those storms are probably just going to be little bird farts and then die out here shortly, because they're not in the best environment. But we'll keep an eye on it just in case. Alright, Connor, are you on the road yet? Let's see what Connor's up to. Oh, he is on the road. Where are we heading? We'll see where Connor heads to. He's driving west to those, I don't know if he's going towards those little puffs of cumulus, but he's driving west. That is a fast low-level jet. You're right, Catman. He's going towards the dry line. A lot of dust. Let's see. Let's see here. Yep, that is a lot of dust. Whole lot of dust. My word. Let me see. Don't we have like a dusty layer or something on here? Is it this? Definitely not. No, I don't think we do. We'll keep an eye on the severe threat though. There's quite a lot of dust there. Excuse me. Just yawn galore over here. My word. Let's see here. Because it's nocturnal, Haley. We're expecting storms at about 10, 11 o'clock. About 10 or 11 o'clock. Yeah, tomorrow looks like the bigger day, but honestly, we'll see what happens. We'll see if tomorrow does anything. So we'll watch it though. No coffee. No coffee. I don't even know if we have coffee in the house. I'm sure we do somewhere. But we'll see. We'll see if I need coffee. I can tell you I'm not gonna get me some coffee. There ain't no way. Honestly, the best place to go is probably Dodge City right now. Like if I were chasing for tornadic development, I just have to go to Dodge City because that's where the most likely the best environment is, where you have the dry line setting up. So I'd probably be right either at Dodge City or just barely off to the east, northeast of Dodge City. So yeah, we will see. There's been no clearing in Texas all day, but we have severe storms there. So it in some instances it does not matter if there's clearing or if it's night or day. Most of the time it's going to affect it at least somewhat, but some systems are just a lot less affected by it than others. And then other system, it's like, okay, if we have cloud cover, threat's over. If not, then we might have a tornado risk. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. See here. So we'll see what this new HRRR has to say, because it's going to help us out so much more. Totally. I believe it's about to render in. 23Z should render in here probably around now. Really. We'll see if it shows the exact same messy storms and rapidly dying out and little to, if not no, tornado threat in the 10 sig. But the main risk will probably, it will start firing probably at about 10, maybe as late as 11, and then it will probably peak about midnight, 1 a.m. And then it should die off by about 3. We'll see. Let's see here. Huh. This is from the National Weather Service in Dodge City. Conditions continue to look favorable for severe thunderstorm development after 7 p.m. We are expecting storms to develop between 7 and 9 p.m. Main hazards with these storms that do develop will be baseball-sized hail, wind gusts of around 70 miles per hour, and possibly a few tornadoes. Wow. So they're expecting storms to develop between 6 and 9, or 7 and 9, which is 8 and 10 over here at the East Coast. Yeah, Weed Whacker got the Dom 3 out today. Where's he targeting? If the Weed Whacker's targeting anywhere other than like Dodge City or Western Oklahoma, then I'm blown away. Weed Whacker, let's see where you're targeting. The Weed Whacker is targeting... Let's see here. Oh, yep. He's at a good spot. He's at a good spot. That's exactly where you want to be. Of course he's at a good spot. He's Weed Whacker. He's the Weed Whacker. Man, it is such a nice day out there in Kansas. Just a great plains chase day out there. I want to see the spotter network again. Let me put that over here real quick. Let's see here. You know, we'll use this radar to use it, or to show it. Let's see how much those dots have moved. Yep. We can see people are already at that town near Reed. Oh, Lord have mercy. Of course, Greensburg. Of course, that's where the majority of them are. And then you've just got a trail of chasers after this. Oh my goodness, that mic is loud, Reed. Look at all these chasers chasing after this storm. And then I think these are just people checking on Spotter Network. Looks like the majority of your chasers are nobody's, like, literally next to nobody's targeting South Dakota or Nebraska. Really everybody's going to be targeting Kansas here. And a select few might target Western Oklahoma, Eastern Panhandle of Texas. And then the rest will definitely be targeting Texas. The main areas today is definitely going to be Texas and Kansas. It's going to be the main areas. This is definitely a lot more of a hail threat. This is definitely a lot more of a tornado threat. So this is really, like I said, Dodge City, maybe just to the east is where I would be. All right. Still warned, actually upgraded now for 2-inch hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds out here in Caldwell, Texas. Main reason for that is probably the very small concentrated hail core with more elongated area of hail. Andrew K, thanks for subscribing. Much appreciated. We'll see. It's gonna be an interesting nocturnal hours here. Very, very interesting. Man, we'll see. So this is what we're waiting for. Can't believe it. We're waiting for these little things to pop up and actually be storms out here. That is the entire reason for our 10 sig. This small area of little puff clouds here. That is why we have a 10 sig tour in place. We'll see if those puffs actually do anything or not. But that's going to be your main area of quote development. We'll see how much it actually develops. Man, put my bottle of water so far away. So we'll see. Make sure this is okay. Still muted. Good. Alrighty. Connor's gonna head out there, probably right near, if not right towards Reed. I mean, he's in Pratt. He's probably gonna go towards Greensburg. I don't know exactly where he's heading, but I know he's heading west out of Pratt. That is Pratt, Kansas. So we'll see. We'll see where Connor ends up. All right. So we'll see what these storms in South Dakota and Nebraska does. I was gonna say North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska. But I mean, right now they're just hail threats, so we'll see. Yeah, it used to be Caleb, and then chemo ruined Hershey's for me. So now my favorite candy is probably Reese's Take 5. Quite a sugar cram packed candy. I haven't had them in so long. Wonder if they still taste the same or not. Last time I had them was probably, I'd say, man, I'd probably say Christmas last year. Probably like November, December. Either Halloween or Christmas. Alright, let me switch all over here. Let's see. Yeah, same here, Mr. Snow. We typically don't see severe weather in Virginia till June, July, and then maybe some of August. Main months for us is really June, July. But then we'll get the occasional threat like we did 2 days ago that ends up actually doing something. Wow, let's see here. These storms in Kansas are probably going to take a good 2 hours to ignite, being realistic. It's probably still not going to be, even though we got cumulus clouds, it's probably not going to be till like 9 o'clock, probably 10 o'clock Eastern. Let's see here. Come on, don't screw up, computer. All I'm doing is trying to look at a weather model here. No need to spaz out. All right. We'll just keep watching it. What else can we do? What else can we do? Oh, we've got 2 tiny little severes over there. And we've got stuff over here. I think that might be our first significant hail report, 1.75 inch hail. I don't know if we've seen a report around that realm today. Unless this one produced some reports. 1.5. You know, they put destructive for this severe warning way earlier on. But the main hail core went to the north of that. Like it barely nicked the northwest edge of that polygon. Barely nicked it. So I mean, Texas has played out exactly how I thought. Exactly how I thought. Big hail, isolated wind threat, and we haven't had a tornado threat yet, but you know, a brief tornado threat is still possible. So this has really played out exactly how I expected in Texas. I mean, exactly how I expected. I said they'd fire out generally out here, move up to the northeast. I said I was questioning on if we'd see any development out in front of that. We really didn't see much development out in front of that. And here we are now. So we'll see if we see additional development once that lower level jet overnight kicks in about 9 p.m. 9 p.m. is where we're going to start, hopefully, possibly, I don't know, seeing storms, more storms. And I say hopefully is in the sense of, what is this? And I say hopefully is in a storm chaser's perspective, by the way. Even if storms do fire, there's a good chance that we don't see mini tornadoes tonight. Which has been very, very, very present. We've already seen that. Let's see. So, we'll keep watching it. But right now, the threat is extremely on the lower side of what we were anticipating. Like I said, that should ramp up later on tonight. And if it doesn't, then, yeah, you bet you got yourself an underperforming risk. So we'll just wait here. Wait here, keep an eye on these random storms, and see if they end up doing anything. I can tell you this, I haven't even seen the smallest couplet of rotation today. Like, I haven't even seen the smallest sight of rotation or anything in terms of decent velocities for rotation at all. Like, yeah, I saw a better area of velocities yesterday than I have today so far. But we'll see if that continues. We'll see if that continues. Man. Let's see here. So we'll continue to monitor this threat, and we'll see what changes, if anything. Oh, hi, Pete. You've been lurking the whole time, haven't you? Let's see here. My computer be lagging out. Alright, there we go. This might be developing a pretty good hail core. Let's see. Yeah, we might be having a pretty good hail core forming here. Did this just start up? Yeah, it's really started to start up on that last scan. It is really going. We'll keep an eye on that one. Norris, South Dakota. Alright, see here. Let me check. They're still doing little. Oh well, we're getting some more now. We're getting some more pop-up clouds in northern Texas. So we'll see. Man, I'm just checking everything, y'all, real quick. Our new SPC outlook comes out here in 54 minutes. Let me see if Lucky's alive. It's either 9 or 10 when he gets home. Or it's 10:30. Yeah, these two storms are really starting to fall apart. I mean, this one's really falling apart in Benjamin, Texas. Holy moly. They are really, really falling apart fast. So we'll see. Dang, Pez. There wasn't 110 questions, was there? I knew there'd be questions. But if there was that many, that's kind of crazy. It was 10. Okay. Well, glad that you passed. Was it easy? Was it easy? Um, let's see here. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it, y'all. But it's really dwindled right now. Let's see. There's only one severe in Virginia. That's how you know it's getting inactive. We should have very few severe warnings here in just a couple minutes. Our main warnings now are actually in Nebraska. Actually, South Dakota, my bad. Nearly, no, the majority of our warnings are in South Dakota. So there you go. All right, so that's gone back down to 1.5 inch hail there. Alrighty. That one, is that down to, we'll see. I'm going to quickly check this. Is that Kansas? Nebraska? South Dakota? Okay. I don't know where that area is. So we'll just keep watching these cells, y'all. Let's see. There's the new her model. Oh, dang. Wow, the HRRR has a singular discrete storm firing. in like 30 minutes to an hour, if not already fired. Is there rain out here? I just checked. There's no storm yet. Still screaming moisture return, though. We'll see. Let's go ahead and make sure that's muted. Yep. Want to listen back to Connor here. It is a blinker. He's got a nice blinker. Nice blinker, whatchamacallit? Blinker song. Alright, let's see. Oh, are you looking for the, spotter classes legacy? Lapse rates? I haven't even looked if those are a problem today. Last time I heard they were at like 6.5, near 7. Mid levels are at, yeah, 7. Yeah, 7, 7.5 to 8. Lower levels are that's what's holding back your threat in Texas. It's actually going those cells are going into 5.5, 6 to 5.5 lapse rates now. But in Kansas, they're at anywhere from 6.5 to 9.5, depending on how far west you go. And Nebraska, most of Nebraska is at 8.5. And then southern South Dakota also has a decently favorable environment for lapse rates as well. You're looking at about 7.5, and even 9 in some spots. So lapse rate's not really that much of an issue. And yeah, Connor went to say I'd read just like I thought. All right, let me close this out, y'all, real quick. So this one's probably our most interesting storm. It's still at 1.75 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll keep an eye on that. The other cell that used to be severe with it is rapidly weakened, and I expect the one going into Oklahoma to do the same here in about 30 minutes. So we'll see. I think Reed's gonna go east. Yeah, I see what Reed's going for. Actually, Catman, Reed's going for exactly what I pointed out. Reed is going exactly for what I pointed out. Haha. I pointed that out a long time ago. Let's see here. Right now, Nebraska by far has the biggest storms. But they're mainly all of them are just hail threats and isolated wind threats. Like no tornado threat at all. Very clustered, messy, embedded hail cores. And a wind threat, like I said. Welcome, Brandon Jr. Glad to see you in here. We've tuned in at a lull of activity. So we'll wait to see if these little bubblers do anything at all. There we go. Alright, so they did just put an MCD on this. It's brown, which is not what I was expecting. A couple supercells are likely to rapidly develop by 10 p.m. to midnight, if not earlier. This will pose a risk for large hail and a few tornadoes. I'm gonna go ahead and get Connor to see that. So that's interesting. Here's where that's located. So here goes your main risk for severe weather, I suppose. Let me see this. So there you go. So there you go. That's your risk for your main risk right there, right now for the next couple hours. We should start to see storms fire generally right here, right about there. Make their way up northeastward here. Wichita, Kansas. So yeah, you're far off to the east. Your main threat's probably going to be very much nocturnal. The tornado threat is, I believe, fairly present in Wichita. So yeah, your tornado threat is definitely present. Main threat though is hail. So main threat, isolated large hail with an isolated damaging wind gust, and an isolated tornado can't be fully ruled out, but that tornado threat is low, and unfortunately, it's going to be very much overnight from what I've seen. Yeah, I mean, you're looking late, like 4 a.m. Yeah, the color does mean something. So brown, honestly, I thought brown meant a watch isn't likely, but I'm not really sure now. I thought brown meant, like I said, that, it's not likely that we'll see a watch, but I mean, that says 80%. So typically blue means severe watch, red means tornado watch, and purple is what I thought we were going to see. Purple means a severe watch or a tornado watch. And brown, I don't know. So I'm not too sure exactly what that means. Like I said, I thought that meant that a watch isn't likely, but yeah. Hmm. Did they say strong tornado at all? Trends are closely being monitored for a watch issuance, but seems likely at some point, though the timing remains unclear. Let's see. Large hail and a couple tornadoes, some of which could be strong. Some of which could be strong. So there you go. There's your 10 sig. Wow. There you go. Go ahead and do this. Give me just a moment. Alrighty. Okay, that's another severe. We're getting a lot of severes, but they're not too crazy at all. They're all like 1.25, 1.5, so it's really mainly a hail threat, very isolated wind threat, and very close to a non-zero threat for tornadoes, but we could see an isolated brief, very weak tornado out of these storms. And yeah, there's 2 more reports of 1.75 inch hail out here out of this storm here. Still somehow managing to maintain strength. 1.75 inch hail observed. I don't think they'll go PDS at all. Not at all. Typically, even on moderate days, it's iffy if you'll see a PDS on a moderate days. The last 3 moderate risks we've had have not had PDS watches of any sort. Matter of fact, they've been decent probabilities, but none have really been that close. Hey, Catman. I didn't even notice it till someone just pointed it out. Looky, looky. Look at that. It's a dry line bulge. Right there. And that's going to push probably northward, maybe northeastward. Your short wave's back here. That's your short wave. This is your dry line bulge. Unless I'm somehow dead wrong. Which would not be the first time by any means, but just based off the mesoscale discussion here. Alright. I might get rid of this radar. Go flop it down there. There we go. Is that the one that busted Indiana? I remember a PDS, like, it was a high-end moderate and a high-end PDS watch, of course, PDS. And it, like, busted hardcore. I feel like it was, like, in Wisconsin or something. What day did you say? November 29th, 2022. November 29th, 2022. Oh, okay, this is not the day that I'm thinking of, because it definitely was not a bust. Yep, 15 sig Tor with that one. The props on that was a 15 sig Tor, 30 sig wind, 30 sig hail, 15 sig Tor, 30% wind. Did they have a PDS watch for that? I'm gonna look. Yeah, they did. They issued a mesoscale discussion for that particular day. A PDS watch will be needed by 19Z. And it verified a 9590. Dang. Dang. That would be crazy nowadays. Wow. Man, sun's already beginning to set out there in Kansas. Proxy, thank you for the $30 donation. Saying, good to see you hard at work educating and informing us to keep everyone safe, DRG. Glad to have you here. Thank you for the $30 donation, Proxy. Glad to see you in the chat. Thank you so much for that. See if I get jump scared. Let's see. I cannot stop yawning. Holy crap. Oh, local tornado watch expansion. Thank you for the $30 donation once again, Proxy. So there you go. Little tiny watch expansion there. We no longer have any warning for LaGrange, Kentucky. Still have one severe warning out here south of Richmond. And they just extended that watch a lot. It's pushing closer and closer to me. Very, very close to my county. See, these are the storms I'm going to be watching. They should head out right down towards my area. So if I get any severe weather, it's going to be from these, and it's probably going to be in like 3 hours. 2-3 hours. So that's one from 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds out there approaching Oklahoma. Let's see here. It's 1.25-inch hail, 50. All these are very low end, like I said. They're quite low end, not impressive at all. Again, Proxy, thank you for the $30 dono. It's greatly appreciated. Man. Just, again, yawn galore over here. Haven't stopped yawning in like the last 3 hours. Let's see here. So, we'll see if this mesoscale discussion plays out or not with the strong tornado potential. Alright. Have you ever seen a high risk not have a PDS watch? Because I haven't. I've only experienced one high risk here on the channel, and that was last year. So, nope. Nope. I've only ever covered one high risk. I began covering in late 2021, and we didn't have any high risks in late 2021 or in any of 2022. Did we? No, we had to have a high risk in 2022. Did we have a high risk in 2022? For severe weather in 2022. Let's go over here. We had one in... Our latest was March 31st. And we had one in 2021. So we didn't have any in 2022. Wow. Just wanted to check. I wanted to make sure because I was like, I don't remember any. And March 31st was the first high risk I tracked, and I'm not forgetting that day. Let's see here. Let's see. Just to show you how much better we've gotten at forecasting, July 31st, 2020, July 31st, 2002 was a high risk for severe weather in Minnesota, Wisconsin. And we had only 3 tornadoes, the highest of which was rated an F0. Just to show you how much better we've gotten at forecasting storms. And to put that in perspective, the latest high risk in 2023 had the max rating at EF4 with 136 tornadoes that occurred. Just to show you how much, about a 20-year gap, how much difference it makes in forecasting. So the only one that I'm watching right now is this one because it had an interesting feature to it, but there's no like rotation with it or anything. At least right now. So we'll see. Grab my phone real quick, y'all. Where did I leave that thing? I'm gonna try to find this. Oh my goodness, it's... Wait, where did it... I guess that's gonna be a problem for tonight, because I don't know where the heck that thing is. I was gonna go grab it, but it's not on my desk, it's not on my nightstand, it's not on my other desk, it's not anywhere here. It's like, well, That thing's gone. Oh well. Guess I'm not grabbing that. I just got a text message on it and I didn't hear it, so not good. How do I know I got a text message? Because of my Fitbit. Just before anyone asks that. I hope you are too, Bill. Glad to see you in the stream. Another yawn. Let's see here. Yes, I've said that as well, Caleb. I think tomorrow has potential to go moderate, but I don't know. We'll see. I'm. It depends on the morning observations, but I wouldn't be shocked at all to see a 15 sig. But we'll see. Let's see here. I'm listening to Connor. So we'll keep an eye on this. This is the only one that I'm really interested. And as for these back here, they don't look that impressive on radar right now, but we'll keep an eye on it. So we'll see. We're on the edge of the 2% in Indiana. I lost that chat. Where in the heck did that go? Did you retract that or something, Brandon? Oh, there it is. I'm right on the edge of the 2% in Indiana, but it's still too close for comfort. It disappeared. It disappeared. It just. Oh, it's gone again. Okay, it's back. I wonder if I've missed anybody's chats because of that. Brandon's chat just disappeared on my end and then it reappeared out of nowhere. Hello, James. Welcome to the stream. So we'll just watch and see what happens. We'll watch and see what happens. I feel like I've said that 300 billion times today. Still no watch in our main risk area, so we'll wait and see if that comes out sometime. Weed Twimor, he is in, he's heading east. Last time I checked, he was out in the Haveland area, wherever that is out here, Kansas, however you pronounce this town, that's where he was. But I know he's heading east, and he's been heading east for probably the last 30 minutes or so. So I'll go ahead and check and see where he's located. So he does not have a current location. He doesn't have where he currently is. So I have no idea. I just know that he's heading east, somewhere probably near Pratt and Kingman. It's all I can tell from now. Alrighty. So we'll continue to keep an eye on it. And we'll see what happens today. Listening to Connor once again. Now whenever I go quiet, it's just me listening to Connor. So the CC that we're seeing here on this storm out here in Elmer, Oklahoma, this is hail. This is hail being detected by the radar. Matches up with the hail core. So what you're seeing there is hail between the size of probably pea and quarter-sized hail there. Are these going at all? Nothing. But we'll keep an eye on it. Oh, we might be having one going up in Texas. There might be one going up in Texas. Y'all see a little dot on the radar? I don't. I don't see any. But we'll keep an eye on it. It looks like satellite's picking up on something. Man, Caleb, go look at the gaming channel. Go look at the gaming channel, buddy. Obviously, you don't follow that one. Go follow it. Go look at that community post. Let's see here. And as for a main channel video, there's no time to do one. We've got 4 coverage streams today, tomorrow, Wednesday, as well as Thursday. So, not really time for main channel video. Let's see here. No, you gotta go look at the community post, Caleb. Gotta go look at the community post. It ain't a video yet. Let's see here. Oh, okay, you did see it 54 seconds ago. Yeah. I gotta go edit that video. That's the only issue. I expected to be editing for the last 3 hours or 4 hours today. It's unedited, so I'm gonna try my hardest to get it out at 6 p.m. Eastern on Friday. But there might be a possibility that it's delayed. I was not anticipating severe weather Thursday as well, so we'll see. We'll see. I'll try. I'll try to get it out. It might have a 1-day delay if I can't. Thanks to that risk on Thursday. Alrighty. Alright, that's the WPC. I'll wonder what we just got there. Alright, give me just a second. turn down read. Yeah, so there's not much going on here. Caleb, do you want me to end stream right now and go heart your comment? If I change channels, this stream's gonna end. Do you want me to end stream here? All right, Caleb wants us to end, y'all. Selfish. It looks like not a lot's gonna happen out here, by the way. We'll keep an eye on this area here for any development that might occur. It might be a little bit more towards this area. But this, we're seeing, let me turn on the satellite. So we're seeing these little cloud puffs go up here. And they're moving up towards that mesoscale discussion, generally up that direction. So once they get towards that mesoscale discussion or generally around that area, we should start to see severe weather increase. Probably, if I had to guess, I would say, I'm trying to figure out where that dry line is. So this is where the dry line is. So right near the Gaiman area, just east of Gaiman. So if we go to, yeah, so pretty much anytime soon now. Once they get right on that dry line and just either on it or barely to the east of it, once these CUs get barely on it or to the east of that dry line, we should have quite rapid supercell development. And that dry line is located generally here. So we'll wait and see for those storms to possibly fire. So we'll just wait and see if anything happens there. All right, let me go ahead and mute this. Want to mute our tracer feed here and some scanners so we could go take a look at these storms up here real quick. Because they are starting to look interesting, but they still don't look tornadic. Yeah, they're really nothing over the top. It's 1.5 inch L60, 1 inch L60, 1.5 in 50, 1.25 in 60. Okay, nothing over the top whatsoever. So we'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. This is probably, honestly, this is probably like our last storm for the Tornado Watch area. They might have actually just canceled. No way. We saw this yesterday too. They might have just canceled that severe extension. The storm which, yep. The storm which prompted the warning is weakened below severe limits. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, small hail is still possible with this thunderstorm. Man, we saw that yesterday too. And that might be it for this area, unless we see redevelopment in about an hour 15 minutes, which is a possibility. Then that could be it for today in that area. We might see some very isolated redevelopment, but no model shows anything over the top developing again. Well, actually, the NAM does show something redeveloping. Yeah, the NAM does show a little something redeveloping here at like 1 a.m. So we'll see if they keep that watch in effect. When does it expire? Oh, shoot. Yeah, no, that's not staying in effect till 1 a.m. That's going to expire at 10 Eastern. That's when that's expiring. Nothing there. Waverly, Virginia. Wakefield, Virginia as well. Southeastern Virginia, right near the Richmond radar. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows. Still seeing some... wow, that's a severe warning. It's up higher in tilt. That's why it looks terrible here. But 0.88-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds with that. And then 2 severes got issued back out here towards Kentucky. One for Lagrange yet again, 1-inch hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. And then one for Dry Ridge, Kentucky, 1-inch hail, 50-mile-an-hour, or 60-mile-an-hour winds, rather. All right, Jay. I'll look at that. If you send it in the Discord server or on Twitter, whichever one you can do, that would be great. I'm gonna take just about a 2-minute break here, real quick, y'all. Just before this stuff gets going. Like I said, I like to take a break about every 2 hours or so. And the last time I took a break was when I ate about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, which was quite a while ago. So I'm gonna take another quick break. I will be right back in about 2-3 minutes or so. I'll be right back. Hello, there we go. Microphone wasn't turning back on. All right. Let's see what I missed. Our severe was canceled out there in Texas. Wow, so we don't have any severes in Texas, Oklahoma, or Kansas, and we only have one in Nebraska. Man. 123. Not bad. I thought it was going to be a little bit longer, but nope. Let's see. What in the world? Connor's feed just went like... it disappeared and then it reappeared. It's weird. Haha, Pez. Alright. If these storms don't get going soon here in Kansas, Oklahoma, we might conclude for a bit. So we'll see. They're still trying to go, actually. You can see it here. You can see the infrared satellite imagery. Infrared satellite here. So we'll see. It's probably still going to be a good hour before we see this stuff. I told you I'd be about 9. Actually, I said 10. Yeah, I'd still stick with that 10. I said 2 hours from 8 o'clock. It might even be 11, like I said originally. Yeah, it still looks like near midnight. We'll just see this new outlook, and then we'll probably conclude and be back if anything significant happens. So I can go and edit some of that video and get me a snack before anything happens. Before anything over the top happens. But I'll be back. I'll be back. I don't know if I'll be back when there's one tornado warning, but I'll monitor it. So we'll see. But I will be back most likely later on tonight. Hopefully. So we'll see what happens. I'm gonna quickly check the our tornado watch down here expires in a little over 1 hour, and our watch out here expires at that exact same time. So we'll wait for that new outlook, which should be out in generally about 8 minutes or so. We'll see what happens. Honestly, I don't know what the new outlook will be like. We'll see. We shall see. Just yeah, make sure y'all have already hit that like button. I'm sure most of you guys have. And share the channel with your family, friends, social media, and double check that you've hit that subscribe button, because we'll be live again tomorrow. But most likely we'll be live again tonight once something does happen. And yeah. I want to see this real quick. Alrighty. Wow, there's Blondie. There you go. I already did. I've been hydrating a bunch. I'm already what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 water bottles in. I drank some more earlier this morning, of course, but for this particular stream, I'm just 2 in, almost 3. At least you get to move around a bunch, Caleb. For me, it's like 3 minutes of walking, 5 minutes of sitting in a chair looking at radar. Let's see here. There's still quite a capped environment over most of Oklahoma. Excuse me. Finally got to sneeze out once. Let me turn this down. There you go. Man, that is still quite a hail core ongoing there. So we'll keep an eye on this one. It's a hail core right there again. Just gonna keep an eye on our waiting for that outlook in 5 more minutes here. Gotta wait for the new outlook, Caleb. I want to stay, but I'm so tired. Well, I don't know how long I'm lasting tonight. I'm gonna try to stay up until 2 a.m., but man, no promises at all. Let's see here. College Due page is lagging, man. There we go. Man, it has been the 22 UTC is when we saw first a little bit of cumulus clouds go up, so my word, what was that, 3 hours ago? 22, 23, 24, yep. About 3 hours ago we saw first little glimpse of storms out here in Kansas that did absolutely nothing, and they've continued to do nothing here. Let's see here. We'll just watch this. This will get our outlook before anything else. I'm going to get rid of this. We'll see. Haley, new update is in 3 minutes. Man, every little blimp of storms or clouds, I should say, we get, it just falls right apart. So we'll just wait and see. Only a matter of time here before something might eventually happen. Man, I didn't get any number, Pez. At all. Let's see. Yes, I did, Pez. See you later, Caleb. You're gonna leave right before the new outlook. It's gonna be out, probably in another 40 minutes, but yeah. It should be out in like 30 seconds or a minute, somewhere around there. So we'll wait for this, what I assume is going to be a tornado watch to come out shortly. But we'll see if it ends up being a tornado watch or a severe watch. You never know. Maybe our whole risk is just going to flop. Won't be the first time it's happened in 2024. Well, we'll see it here right away. So, once that, oh, there goes that MCD. That just expired, so that means it's 9 o'clock. So, once you see, like, the entirety of this enhanced and slight risk removed right here, pretty much the entirety of the enhanced, and most of that slight risk in Virginia, that means it's the new outlook. Because that's probably going to be the biggest change. I just noticed we have a severe in West Virginia here. For 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We might have already gone over that, actually. I just saw the little yellow polygon. Let's see what Connor's up to again. Switch off of my radar site here. Oops, I accidentally hit that one. So we'll see what happens here. Yeah, it's a massive risk area, all the way from southern Texas to southern, or actually northern South Dakota. There's a new MCD that just got issued up here. Let's see what this says. This says thunderstorm, threat for severe thunderstorms for watch 111 and 112 continues. Anything about tornadoes? That's all I want to see. That's all I want to know about here. They say supercell potential, so that's rotating thunderstorms. But probably not much of a tornado threat, honestly, with those. We'll see. Oh, there's a new outlook. Everything's kept. Everything is kept. Wow, I don't think anything changed out there. There you go. Still maintains the entirety of the enhanced. Like, little change with that outlook, except for out there in Virginia. Very little changed. Are you sure about that, Catman? Are you sure? I'm waiting for the new update to come out here on SPC site. Let's see here. College of DuPage is so slow. Holy moly. Man. Let's see here. No, I'm pretty sure you're still in it. Yeah, you're still in it, Catman. You made me go check the other page here. Yeah, they've kept everything here. I don't think the probabilities have changed, other than, of course, the enhanced in Virginia. There's a slight risk for severe weather and an enhanced risk over the plains and these small portions of the mid-Atlantic this evening. Scattered thunderstorms are expected across portions of the Great Plains tonight. Several tornadoes, perhaps strong, large to very large hail, damaging wind gusts all appear possible. Scattered severe gusts will linger this evening across portions of the mid-Atlantic. Several tornadoes, perhaps strong, possible. In the next few hours, increasing large-scale ascent should encourage upscale growth. We'll see. All right. I'm going to check one last thing. All right. Y'all ready? I'ma end, and these suckers gonna explode. These suckers are gonna explode right when I end. We're gonna call our stream there. There's a good chance that we will be back tonight for more coverage. So thank you guys for the support on this live stream. It was intended to be a briefing, but oh boy, did it not turn into such. We were doing our coverage for sure. We definitely did our part here. There's a very high likelihood that I'm live tonight, but there's also the chance that nothing happens and y'all don't see me again until tomorrow about 2 o'clock. So I really hope that's the case and I don't see y'all tonight, because if I do, that means something's going down. So I will see you guys later. Keep an eye on the satellite imagery and the radar to watch these things explode probably about 5 seconds after I end the stream. Stay safe, watch the severe weather. Massive shout out to Brooklyn, as well as Catman and Blondie and Legacy and Parliament for modding the chat, and Proxy for the $30 donation. And I will catch you guys definitely in tomorrow's stream. And if we go live again tonight for the tornado threat, we'll just see what plays out. So have a great rest of y'all's night, and I'll see you guys at least tomorrow, but possibly tonight. We'll see what happens. Goodbye. Tornado Watch has just been issued. Tornado Watch has just been issued. We've got a Tornado Watch now out for portions of South Central Nebraska, West Central Kansas, Northwestern Oklahoma. This is going to be a 60-40 tornado watch. That's a 60% chance of 2 or more tornadoes occurring, 40% chance of one of those being significant. Also a 60-30 wind threat and a 60-60 hail threat. So a hail threat with a wind threat and the possibility of a couple tornadoes, some of which could be significant. If it does materialize, we will be back here tonight. We'll see. We'll see if I'm back here. Again, few tornadoes likely, with a couple intense tornadoes possible. Very large hail events of 3 inches in diameter likely. 3-inch hail likely. Scattered 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. There's a good chance we'll be back here tonight, but again, we'll just see. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys in my next live stream, whether that be tonight or tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night.